a thing. If I see it too much. I don't do it.
You want to see Jeffrey's month of January.
Really? Okay, there?
Well, he will be there probably mid-December, and then he's taking the month of January.
Plan for remission meeting. Yeah. Yeah, we thought he went over the wall, but he actually came.
Good to see you.
How you doing? This thing is follow the doctors.
Yes.
I was going to listen to your joint meeting. I haven't.
Uh,
The next day, yeah. Whole idea.
No.
Need to plug in.
Yeah.
The first two.
I'm here.
No.
They always had that there.
Yeah. Right. Ironic.
Steve coming in.
Yeah, he's gonna be sitting in the audience. I don't know. Yeah.
Marco.
Hi, everyone. Hi there. Thank you. Is that real?
What's that? You know, I've had this for a while. Okay. I deleted it.
Oh, your computer's the old one, right?
I had a MacBook Pro.
Oh.
And I really liked it, but I didn't. This would-
629 vehicle.
I've got-
Yeah.
So when's P-Day?
December 19th. Yeah.
That's my daughter's birthday.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
She's a pistol. Be careful.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Don't we like change?
Yeah. You could say that again.
Take your vacation now.
It's too late. It's too late. We're already locked in. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, usually that's true.
My friend's sister just got hired by the PE. Vanessa Gomes, the first female race with the Instagram post.
Oh, cool.
But we're supposed to link up at the Christmas break.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because you are doing.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And then that's 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Push the button here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the planning commission meeting for Palos Verdes Estates for November 19th, 2024 is now in order. Please join me in pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we have the roll call, please?
Sure. Commissioner Foster.
Here.
Commissioner Nanda. Here. Commissioner Campisi.
Here.
Vice Chairman Lazaro.
Here.
Chairman Wade.
Here.
Chairman Wade, you have a quorum.
I do have a quorum, and I do have my wingman back tonight. Many of you, I'm sure, will recognize him, Derek Lazaro. He has recently gone through a campaign to become city councilman, and this evening is kind of a bittersweet exercise for me because glad to have him back. He's been my comrade here as vice chair, and we've traded back and forth being vice chair and chair over the last few years. So I've been on the commission now for almost 6 years, along with Derek. So I'm glad to have him back tonight. But I know full well that his presence here is short-lived because come January, he will be on the city council, and I'll have more room to spread out my plans here so we can get a replacement. So Derek, first of all, congratulations. Thank you. On the election. Very pleased about the outcome, as you know, and glad to have you back. And I will just say, you made a tremendous contribution here, certainly during my time on the planning commission. We're going to miss you, but we know our loss is the city council gain. So good luck and Godspeed. Thank you. All right.
And Chairman Wade, also the planning staff would like to congratulate you and look forward to working with you on the city council. And we have something for you.
Ooh. It's non-alcoholic. We can't allow
No,
that.
sorry.
During commission.
Non-alcoholic. Congrats.
It did not come with a wine cork opener or anything like that, so you're stuck when you get home. Okay, let's get serious for a minute. It's been my practice to offer some general remarks at the beginning of each planning commission meeting. I typically talk a little bit about the neighborhood compatibility process and then kind of go through the process and the procedure that we follow in planning commission meetings for those of you who are first timers or might be watching live stream and don't know what the process is. We'll go through that. In as much as we have no new neighborhood compatibility matters before us this evening, I'm going to spare my little speech about that, spare you from that, and just focus on the process that we're going to follow tonight. When we consider an application, our process has 3 parts. The item is called. We turn to staff for their presentation of a staff report on the item, which is basically a short brief on what the item is and what some of the implications are. And we also review again the findings that we need to make to approve or disapprove a certain matter. Once the city staff presents its staff report, the commission has an opportunity to ask questions of the staff. And when that's concluded, we begin our public hearing portion of the meeting. The applicant will open the public hearing and have 5 minutes to present the project. The applicant will also have another 5 minutes at the conclusion of the hearing for rebuttal, or if he or she did not adequately have enough time to present the project, they have 5 more minutes. Those having an interest in the matter who are not the applicant can speak, of course, on the item. And they will have 3 minutes. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. You'll come to the podium on my right, your left. Please speak into the microphone. Sadly, our audio system here at City Hall is a little antiquated, so we would like to hear you as clearly as we can. Please tell us your name and address so we have you properly identified for the record. Now, each speech or speaker is timed. There are timers on my left, your right, and over on my right, your left. And I can see here, you can see this one. And we try to keep your remarks to the time limit. Why? So we're fair and unbiased when it comes to allowing people time to speak. Everybody gets the same amount of time except the applicant. So if you run along, I'll give you a little bit grace, but if you decided you're gonna filibuster, then I will cut at your jet and make you wind up your remarks. So be conscious of that. If you want to speak, there are speaker cards at the end of each row. There are little pink cards like this. Please fill one out and pass it forward to Jeffrey so he can relay it to me, and that way I'll know who wants to speak on a given item. Okay, at the conclusion of the public hearing, we will bring the matter back to the commission and we will discuss the matter and try to reach a conclusion at that time, or perhaps if the item needs additional research or we need additional information, maybe continue to a subsequent meeting. So I think with that said, we are ready to proceed. And our first matter is approval of the agenda. And city staff is advised that the applicants for items 3 and 4, which are 3436 Via La Selva and 529 Via Media, respectively, have requested continuances. Those matters will be taken up immediately after the consent agenda is considered as shown on the agenda. So if you're here wishing to participate in one of those matters, it will be continued. I'll just give you a heads up, and the formality of continuing will come when we finish the consent agenda. City staff has also requested that we change the order of one item, namely that we move 629 Via Del Monte, which is item 8, up to follow items 3 and 4, as we've asked Representative of Public Works to be here to respond to questions pertaining to this matter. Do commissioners wish to make any changes to tonight's agenda? All right, hearing none, may we have a motion and a second to approve tonight's agenda as presented, moving item 8 up to follow item 4.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second in favor.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I believe the agenda is approved. At this point, we entertain communications from the public, and members of the public are now invited to address the commission on matters that are not on tonight's agenda. Under California law, the commission is prohibited from discussing or taking any action on any matter not on tonight's agenda unless the matter is deemed to be an emergency under state law or the matter arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. I have no speaker cards for public comments. Does anyone here tonight wish to make public comments? All right, seeing no expressions of interest, we will move on to the consent agenda. We have 2 items on the consent agenda. The minutes from our last meeting on October 15, 2024, and a recent administrative approval by city staff that we routinely review and file. Do commissioners have any concerns with either of these items or wish to remove them from the consent agenda? All right, if not, do we have a motion and a second to approve items 1 and 2?
I'll make a motion to approve consent agendas item 1 and 2.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second in favor. Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. So we will now go to continued public hearings, and we have, as I mentioned before, 2 items that applicants have requested a continuance for. The first item is item 3. It's a neighborhood compatibility application for single-family residence at 3436 Seville La Selva. Mr. Leach, the architect for the project, has requested a continuance to our meeting in April 2025, which will be April 15th. Commission originally heard this matter on September 17 and granted a continuance at the applicant's request to our meeting last month. Last month, the matter was again continued at the request of the applicant to our meeting tonight. If we grant tonight's continuance request, the matter will have been postponed a total of 7 months from the first to the second hearing, which is quite unusual. I have a concern about granting a continuance, especially for 5 additional months. As visibility of the matter for members of the community, especially considering the fact the visibility of the matter tends to wane when there's no additional notification given to people, and they may not be aware of how far out this is being pushed. So I'm a little concerned about that, and because of that, I'm going to suggest, I'm inclined to grant the applicant's request, but on 2 conditions. One being the residents within 300 feet be renoticed by the city that the next hearing date of the project is April 15th. If the applicant intends to go forward with a hearing on that date, then the applicant needs to, the city needs to renotice the matter and send written notification to residents within 300 feet of the project. And I would also recommend that the cost of doing so be paid by the applicant, and that the sign on the property be changed to reflect the new hearing date. And I would also add that as much as I like Mr. Leach, he's a fine man and an excellent architect, I think we should advise him that the commission will be reluctant to extend the April 15th, 2025 hearing date. So I'll leave that to city staff to do. So having said all of that, I would therefore like to make a motion to grant the applicant's request to a continuance to April 15, 2024, subject to the 2 conditions that I mentioned. Do we have a second?
A second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, item 3 is continued to.
Chairman, it's three conditions: renotice, the cost by the applicant, and also for staff to notify the applicant that no more continuances.
That also the sign. Posting.
And,
When it gets renoticed, then a new sign will go up too, as well.
all right. So that motion has been approved. The second item that we have before us tonight is an application for continuance for the application for neighborhood compatibility and grading for 529 Via Media. And we understand that city staff has received a request from the applicant to continue the matter to January 21st, 2025. Unless commissioners have any concerns.
I'm recused from voting on that.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Nendek is recused from voting on that matter. I would move that the item be continued as requested to January 17th, 2025.
I'll second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. 529 Via Media.
Commissioner Hendricks, if the
It's
recusal,
January 21st.
Yes.
if the recusal's for financial reasons, I don't remember what the recusal was, but if it's for,
I make that.
then we don't have to see the reason.
Okay, then we will proceed, move forward, and we are moved up item 8, which is 629 Via Domani. It's an application for approval of non-standard encroachments in the public right of way. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chair Wade, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. Tonight's presentation, or first presentation, is for the miscellaneous application for existing non-standard encroachments located at 629 Via Del Monte. So just to give some background on this one, this started as a code case. This is being brought forward to you all tonight to remedy the code case violations. And these are all for non-standard encroachments that are currently in the public right-of-way. And so those include the driveway curb, driveway landscape lights, and ficus hedge in the public right-of-way. The previous Public Works Director has also provided a memo outlining what is being reviewed tonight, as well as their recommendation, and the finding required to approve, or the code section required to approve is outlined in the staff's report. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for me at this time. In addition, we have our current city engineer here to answer any questions you may have regarding the application. Thank you.
Isn't this also for the pavers as well, for all the non-standard?
So everything outside, the pavers would be included as well.
Then I went to the site and measured things. I just want to say, I visited the site to check things.
Okay, yeah, I want to, first, before we get too far with the public hearing, I want to ask whether commissioners have any ex parte communications or activities that are not reflected in the record that warrant disclosure of that. At this time, sounds like Commissioner Nindek did visit the property. I likewise did, and had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Morton and also to walk a portion of Via Del Monte, both, I guess it's east and west or north and south, I'm not sure which, but up the street, down the street, let's put it that way, to look at some of the other downhill properties that face the ocean and are situated on the downhill side of Via Del Monte. Other commissioners have any disclosures?
Yes, I also viewed the property in the block, and I think the owner's name is Mr. Plummer. I met with Mr. Plummer, Steve Plummer, and we discussed the property.
Yeah, I met with the applicant, Mr. Gordon. I also spoke with Janet Stearns, who submitted a letter of support that's on the record.
I visited the property, but I didn't speak with anyone there.
Okay,
Before you get open, can I ask the city attorney, so we're supposed to look at this as if there's nothing there, correct? And look at it as if there was nothing done, would be approved, correct? Since it's an after the fact application.
I would have to look at the code.
It's similar to the application last month, where we had the wall, the as-built wall that was built. You would be looking at it as a new application essentially. So even though it's there now, it's not being in compliance with.
So it's a blank slate.
It's a blank slate, even though it's there.
Great, thank you.
A question for Mr. Graham.
Yes.
You said this started as a code.
Mm-hmm.
How did that initiate, you know?
So typically code enforcement's cases start either somebody will call in citing something that hasn't obtained permits or the proper approvals, or code enforcement or somebody from city staff will be driving by and notice something that has started. So that's how it started, and since then staff has been working to remedy the situation and get the proper approvals. Thank you.
Jeffrey, I have a question for you as well. So
Yes.
there was two processes here. There was a driveway that was installed by a prior owner, and there was the pavers put in subsequent to the new owner.
Mhm.
Were either of those projects done with a permit?
Not to my understanding.
Even the original driveway wasn't done.
so the representative from Public Works would know that?
Yes, I believe so.
Hate to put you on the spot, but I think there is a question as to whether or not, I know Mr. Gordon said that when he bought the property, the driveway, existing driveway was concrete in the same portion, in the same trajectory down to the garage. The curbs were there already installed by the previous owner, and I don't know whether that was permitted or not, or approved or not.
I don't have the status of the encroachment with me. So I don't know the history if there was permitted installations of the concrete driveway. Based on the information that I do have from the prior Public Works Director, the stuff that was installed out there currently was done without a permit and would have to be re-inspected.
So while I've got you there, I mean, I did walk the street, as I mentioned before, and I noticed that 633, 637, and 641 to the west on Via Del Monte, all on that side of the street, have curving driveways that are not perpendicular to Via Del Monte. 625, which is east of this property, has the same kind of trajectory, curving driveway down. And it looks like perhaps to a lesser extent, 621 to the east as well. And it appears to me as though that driveway configuration is fairly unique for that stretch of Via Del Monte, downhill. If that driveway, if those driveways were perpendicular, it'd be like a ski ramp right down to the garage. And I'm just wondering whether or not we've got a situation where, you know, it was probably the best design, safest design for that type of home situation on a lot in that area.
Yeah, so the information that I have from the Public Works Director was that we don't take exception to the driveway orientation because of that situation. Typically, the driveway should be perpendicular all the way back to the right-of-way line and then do the curving. Now, as far as the location of that, or if it could make the grades, we haven't checked that. But because of the situation along that street there, that's why we were suggesting to make the exception.
Okay. Any further questions for our Public Works gentlemen or city staff and planning?
So do you give us your input on each of these things, i.e., what is the standard conditions for the surface of a driveway that's within the city parkway?
Yeah, there's certain materials that can be used. Concrete is one. Pavers. So 6 inches of PCC concrete over aggregate, 3 inches of asphalt concrete over 6 inches of aggregate, concrete interlocking pavers. And then material other than those described above, they can only be used for any portion of the driveway in the city right of way in the event of structural impracticability to be determined by the Public Works Director. So the pavers technically are allowed.
Are allowed? Okay. Is that? I was trying to see what was in the letter. Sorry, I lost it.
Well, there wasn't an exception for the material.
I have a question. I've read the Public Works memo. So are the portions listed under the heading Planning Commission, the items that are actually part of the miscellaneous application tonight? Is that correct? I wasn't completely clear on which sub-items, if you will,
Yeah.
we're sort of considering.
So we're looking at the driveway curb, we're looking at the driveway landscape lights, and we're looking at the ficus hedge, so and the pavers in the driveway.
Okay.
Those are the items that.
The olive trees are parklands then, or? There's also large rocks in the granite. I'm just wondering if those items are also under consideration, or?
Those wouldn't, I believe, and the applicant can speak to this, I believe that those are being taken out already.
I think if you read the bottom of the report from Public Works,
Mhm.
it states that those are to be removed.
Okay.
At the
So,
very bottom.
yes, and that's correct. Those items, I believe the applicant is working with Public Works staff and code enforcement to remove those items. It's just the items in the staff report that are being.
So we would not address the olive trees or anything like that.
But we do, the standard policy is that vegetation in the city parkway is to be no higher than 30 inches.
Well, that's something that you can decide tonight.
Okay, but that's a standard.
And that would apply to the olive.
That would apply to the olive tree, any vegetation.
All right. And the lights.
And the lights.
We're considering the lights.
You're considering the lights as well. yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff or for our public works representative? All right,
For the public works, I do have a couple of questions. I couldn't scale these plans. The dimension, and also looking at, because I went up to the city records, trying to figure out what was going on. According to the plans that I pulled up that are in city records, there's a 40-foot, the city parkway or right away is 40 feet deep, according to everything that I saw. These plans don't have a number on them, but that's also not scaled. So everything that is in the city record right now in the file shows that the city right away goes until where the curve hit, where the stairs are. This is the city land. So there's something wrong with the plan that we have in front of us. And so we need to know exactly what we're supposed to be looking at theoretically.
Understood. And when I was looking at the information earlier, you're correct, it's 40 feet. But 30 feet was behind the curb base, approximately 30 feet behind the curb base to the right of way.
So the first 30 feet of land, or 40 feet, I keep mixing up, the first 40 feet, in fact, is city parkway, city right of way.
Well, from center line to the right of way is 40 feet.
Okay,
It's a full 80-foot wide street width,
okay.
or right of way width, sorry.
Okay, so all the plans, because this isn't scaled, once again, all the plans that the city has, they show the line where the city land ends is where the stairs are on this plan. That's where I get confused.
So the plan that shows the right of way, the right of way line is closer to the street than the stairs, based on the plan information.
In front of us. Right, okay, so.
It should be the same.
So when I took pictures up at City Hall, the plans up there that were submitted previously for when the applicant turned in a plan to, and got approval to put a new retaining wall where the trash area is, those plans clearly show that, they show that the city land goes to the stairs. So this is where I'm getting very confused. And then there were other plans in there from the previous owner who made an application, and those plans showed the same thing as the plans of this applicant when they turned in for that wall. But now, with this, it's changed. So that's where I'm really trying to understand what we're looking at. And the reason I bring this up is because it's an issue of the vegetation. We're trying to know where the front setback starts. See the stairs here? No, just over there. Yeah, so it's just something, I mean, if the stairs were redone and moved, that's different, if that's what you're saying, but we were told that the stairs weren't redone and they weren't moved, so that's what I'm trying to really understand. And it's just difficult because when I looked at the PVHA plans there, they show the same thing as the plans at the city hall. So the only one that's different is this plan in front of us. And maybe the plan in front of us is accurate, but there's just something that's not lining up here.
As far as the location of that, the plan was prepared by the applicant, and if the applicant is here, we can have them address that.
okay.
But the information, is, as far as the right of way is provided on the plan.
Thank you.
Is there some issue, okay, come on. Okay, any other questions for city staff? Public works or planning? All right, hearing none, we'll close the staff report portion, open the matter for a public hearing. And I don't have a speaker card from Mr. Borden, are you back there? Okay, do you wish to speak on this?
Yes.
Okay, please come forward and just tell us who you are again, and where you live.
Thank you. I'm Alex Borden, and I'm the property owner at 629 Via Del Monte. I want to first thank you for your time and consideration of my application and request for the approval of several already existing non-standard encroachments. The first item is about the driveway shape and curb. As was mentioned, Public Works has noted these items as non-standard. And however, as stated in their memo, they actually haven't raised any issues with the shape of our driveway or the curb, barring a minor change to the curb where the driveway apron meets the curb to make it sloped rather than at a 90-degree angle. So with that, I respectfully request the Planning Commission to approve the existing driveway shape and the curb. Next is the landscape lighting. We can go to the next page. There are 5 pathway lights and 6 uplights within the right-of-way. As shown in the picture here, this is just a snippet of the plans that you have in front of you. The pathway lights are going down our steep driveway, are set back starting at 13 feet and are not visible from the street at all when lit. They were installed for safety because the driveway, as many of you have seen on the property, it's curvy and steep, and it's dangerous to walk or drive down at night when it's dark. And for the uplights in front of the hedge, which are set back about 8.5 to 9 feet from the street, they're also helpful for safety because cars going westbound on Via Del Monte, which is, when you're going up Via Del Monte, it's a pretty straight shot. Our house is right where the street starts to curve, and it's dark at night. And if you drive up the street, even tonight after today, you can see the property, the lights in front of the hedges. It almost acts as a landmark so that cars are aware of there being a curve up ahead. And so that, as well as for other people and me, I can see where my driveway is. And again, people, for a safety reason, will be able to see that, they shouldn't be going straight. There's a curve up ahead to be aware of. And so therefore, I request the Planning Commission to please approve the landscape lighting where it's currently located. Finally, if we go to the next slide, there's the ficus hedge, which is currently set back at 9 to 10 feet. First of all, the hedge has been planted for almost a year. It does not obstruct my neighbor's views. I've been maintaining the hedges at a height under 5 feet, which is lower than most of the neighboring properties in the area. And even for plants within the right-of-way, you'll see that many houses on the street have much higher vegetation than my house. I'm not aware of any neighbor complaints about the hedge. In fact, I've received a lot of compliments from them, as evidenced by the letter written by my neighbor directly across the street, who would be most impacted by the hedge. I've seen in the planning or the public works memo is talked about taking it out and potentially putting magnolia trees. And that doesn't make much sense to me because that's going to grow taller than the hedge. It's harder to maintain at a certain height. I'm not trying to block people's views or ruin property values because that, that's bad for everybody. And so I'd like to keep the current hedge that I can easily maintain at under 5 feet. Second, the hedge is not a safety concern because it's set back far enough that it doesn't block drivers' views when exiting mine or my neighbor's driveway. In fact, the setback of the hedge aligns with our neighbor's hedge. So not only is it not a safety concern, it's actually improved safety because where the hedge was planted, because before the hedge was planted, our front yard was the only one when going up the street where you could all of a sudden see the whole ocean view. And so cars would stop, they would drive slowly, they would take pictures, people would get out of their cars. It would be a nightmare of people just stopping there. And again, it's a curved street, so it's dangerous. And that's drastically decreased since we planted the hedge that's currently there. In addition, I think the hedge is compatible to the neighborhood and our street. Many other homes on Via Del Monte have landscaping within the right of way that's much taller. You can see it in the photos on the next couple slides. And if you look around the city, there are many houses with the ficus hedge in particular. And so we're respectfully requesting that you approve the existing hedge as is, because it's easily
I'm going to
maintainable.
stop you now. Your first 5 minutes is done. You do have 5 more minutes, but let me see if anyone else is here to speak on this. Then we'll call you back up. If you have some more remarks, you can present them then. Okay, I have, let's see. I have no other speaker cards. Is anyone else here to speak on this particular item? Item 8, 629, Via Del Monte. No? Okay, well, back to you, Mr. Ward. You have 5 more minutes, if you need them.
I mean, if you look at the photos, this is looking west. If you go to I think there's a previous photo. This is looking up the street, going west, but this is the east side of the property. Via Del Monte, or my 629 Via Del Monte is all the way at the top by that last palm tree. And again, you can see the right side of the street, all the vegetation that goes straight up to the curb of all these houses. My house is the first one, again, where it starts to curve. All you see is sunshine above my hedge. So again, as I mentioned with the lights, the up lights in front of the hedge, again, that's visible at night, so cars can see that there's something coming up, that they need to make a turn, and so that they're not going, straight onto somebody's property, namely mine. I think, I know you guys had some questions. I do have the permit from the previous owner that got the permit. It wasn't a non-standard encroachment permit that they received. I think they, my assumption would have been that it includes the curb and the shape of the driveway, because again, that hasn't changed at all. All we've done is put in pavers and replace the concrete. But I do have the permit for the driveway approved by Public Works. Lane Mucky, Elizabeth Becerra approved on October 2022. So I do have that if anybody wants to see it.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant?
I have a few questions. I'd like to just clarify exactly what you think is under consideration tonight. So which elements? Because there's the memo, there's the staff report.
Yep.
I just want to be sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, so the olive tree and I think I'm gonna pull up the Public Works memo. I think there was a lime tree. Those were in the right of way, and our agreement is we were gonna put it in the Parklands Committee meeting to get approved, but we've decided to not go that route, and we're just gonna take those out.
Okay.
So the olive trees, again, that was gonna be a Parklands Committee item, not a for this meeting. And so we're taking those out. There's also decomposed granite and a rock in the right of way that we're going to remove. That's also on the Public Works memo. So the only thing
Most
for,
granite, that's kind of creates a little mini sidewalk. Is that what
Yeah.
that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what you plan to do with that space once you've done that?
I mean, we've talked with some of the folks about putting mulch or, I prefer to put something like grass. I don't know what kind of further approvals it needs. Looking for something that would be not too time consuming in terms of getting approval, but it would still maintain the look of
I
the
think that
property.
if you ask the building department, they can give you a list of materials that is a standard for you.
Have you tried that yet? I'm just curious.
I've talked to Carl.
Okay.
Carl's the main person I've talked to about types of materials. So we haven't gone too deep into what we would replace it with.
Okay. And
But again, this meeting is for
with the other items,
the shape of the driveway,
the shape of the driveway.
the curb.
What's wrong with the curb as you understand it?
So They just said that it's non-standard.
Okay. It doesn't start at 0 inches tall, but I looked at, I couldn't quite understand what that means.
Yeah, so the one side of the curve, one side is fine, but the other side, it has a 90-degree angle where it starts.
They wanted to taper.
They want it to
They
slope
don't want
up.
it to go straight.
This is the side that's tapered.
Okay.
The other side
the other
is just-
side
starts
just
at that
starts.
end.
I see.
So that was one of the conditions, which we're fine to do.
Mhm.
Again, they're saying you can keep the curb, just do that.
Okay.
And they're saying for the non-standard encroachment of the driveway, the shape of it, they've also said they're fine with. They want to look at the pavers,
Mhm.
but they're okay with the shape, which is what's under consideration here.
Right, but what they're also saying is that they say that because it was not inspected, the driveway and the public right of way will need to be removed and reinstalled with required inspections performed.
That does say that in the memo. Yeah, so that was actually going to be my next question. So there was a driveway when you purchased the house, right? Relatively new driveway, I believe.
It was a concrete driveway that was slippery, and as you can see, it's sloped, so we put in pavers to help with traction,
Okay.
and the
So
aesthetics.
you just sort of jackhammered some of that out and put in your papers essentially. And did you, I guess you didn't get a permit for that, or you didn't know if you had a permit, or?
I knew about the previous owner's permit, which, my assumption would have been it would have included the shape and the curb itself, which was already there. And so we, again, just took out the concrete and put pavers. We did get HOA approval for the look of the pavers since it was flat work and assumed that HOA would need to approve it. So I do have evidence of the HOA approval. But the contractor who did the work thought that it wasn't necessary.
And how much are you paying for the miscellaneous application tonight?
I think it's several $1,000s.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? The permit that you have in front, I went up and I looked at the files at City Hall, and there was initial and ask permit that was asking to redo the driveway. And then in the building permit, what was approved on the building permit, it said that what was being asked was to widen the approach 2 feet from what was the existing. And that's what I saw the permit on. Your permit, does your permit say something different than that?
Do you know the date? Because the date, again, the permit for the driveway was for the previous owner.
Right, it was.
That was it looks like it was issued August 11th. And it was approved at the end of August of 2022. And then we purchased the home in January 2023. And then the driveway, the pavers were put in, I want to say a year ago, last November.
So,
So I think what you're mentioning might have been from the previous owner.
right, it would have been the permit, because you didn't pull a permit to do your work. And then the other thing, just so we're all clear, I did go to the PVHA, and PVHA does not approve or disapprove things in the city land. That is not, they are looking at things on the private property, so they were approving the pavers on the private property. Because I was trying to understand what they did, and they just explained it to me that when it's a city right of way, they're not involved in that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one question. So you have in your possession a permit from the prior owner. And as I understand, that included the current curbing? You didn't modify the curbing in any way?
Curbing was not modified, the shape wasn't modified, it was just as,
So your understanding is that that permit covers the curbing? Correct.
I would have to assume so. The whole house was remodeled, the driveway was remodeled, several years ago. And so the previous owner redid the driveway as well and put in the curb
The curb was originally there. when
and the shape of the driveway. And again, the only item for the non-standard encroachment approval is the shape of the driveway and the curb itself, which Public Works has stated they're okay with approving those non-standard encroachments, just the curb to have it slope up, which we're okay having that change made.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions?
Can I add one more item?
I think your time is about up.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
But I think you covered your bases.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and bring the matter back to the commission. This is a tough one for me. I perfectly understand that we don't have a permit for this particular project, the paver project. I know that I think it's the owner of the property down the street to the east, 2 doors down, has pavers. So I don't think the pavers are the issue, it's the construction perhaps with the pavers and whether or not it's properly constructed. I'm wondering if this is not particularly important in as much as the owner will indemnify the city if there's any problems with that construction. That'll be part of the licensing agreement, there'll be an indemnification. So there's part of me that says, okay, shoulda, coulda, woulda known that a permit was required to get it, but these things are not always transparent to the average layperson. So I'm somewhat, I'm quite sensitive to the fact that we have a rather long driveway here. And I'm reluctant to really order the applicant to remove the pavers and for inspection and this type of thing. I don't know if you could do a spot inspection or something like that, but I almost think it may not be necessary to do that if we have the indemnification. The curb is existing. There doesn't seem to be an issue with the curbing except for the fact that one side is not sloped. The applicant has said he'll correct that. So I'm inclined to support the non-standard encroachment for the driveway and the curbing. I also understand that the applicant's going to remove the olive trees, the lime trees, the rocks, and the DG. So what we're looking at then, if we, beyond the driveway and the curb, is the lights and the edge. I, for one, having looked at that driveway pretty intently, I'm not sure that having lights, low landscape lights there, which are not very intrusive, quite frankly, I think it makes the driveway safer to navigate on an area where you don't have streetlights. On a curve on Via Belmonte, which is people tend to drive quite fast and there's quite a bit of traffic through there, so. The lights along the driveway I'm less concerned about. I think the lights at the hedge and the hedge itself are maybe nice to have items, so I'll be interested in how my colleagues, view those two items.
I'm from the other side. I worry that what we do is that we say yes to someone and no to someone else. If we have a policy and we know how much hedges and growth become problems in new areas, it just is. So the idea, we've been pretty strict with a lot of people that the policy is 30-inch vegetation. We've made them cut it down to 30-inch to keep it open. We're supposed to have open neighborhoods, and you can see from this picture that stuff has been allowed to grow. That's not open feeling. So for me, I need to stay with the policy is 30 inches. I think when you go to the property and you see the curve that goes down, they have another line of ficus hedges. And that, when I walked to the other side of it, that gave them privacy down to their house completely. So for me, because that's in the front setback, they can have that. And ficus grow very fast, those of us that have it. And I just feel like we're setting ourselves up for problems. Number one. Number two, they've talked about putting a signal in at the corner up here. That's a no-go. We don't have streetlights, we don't have these things. I think it's standard policy that we don't do lighting in our front in the city land. And I think that maybe we need to respect that because you're putting electricity into this area, you're doing a lot of things that I just think it's not a popularity or it's a standard, and they don't the Public Works say no to it. So there. Now, when it comes to the curve of the driveway, I don't think you get down there without the curbs. So I think that that's something that from previously it was curved like this. I think that's reasonable. The curb, I'm kind of iffy on it, but you know, it's a safety thing too. So that I can go with. And now that the Public Works, before we'd been told you couldn't have interlocking pavers across the city right away, but the gentleman's telling us that you can. So I don't have an issue with that. But I'm also not willing to overrule what Public Works thinks from the safety of building that driveway. I think they have to work with Public Works about if the inspection process, because I'm not qualified for that. So that makes me uncomfortable, that part of it. So I'm theoretically the driveway and the curb, the lights, no, and vegetation needs to be maintained for me at the 30 inches that our policy is.
So, I think I'm somewhere in the middle, but probably closer to Commissioner Wade. I think to kind of go in order on the memo, I guess, I'm not concerned about the driveway. I think that, I think the angle of the driveway is fine and probably safer than the city standard. I think that the issue of compaction and other stuff, I think it is what it is. And I think asking them to rip it out is unreasonable at this point. I think the curb can be dealt with easily, it sounds like. And I'll just make a comment on the driveway. The city has apparently gone back and forth on the issue of these pavers, and I think it's been extremely confusing. I've been confused as a planning commissioner, so I think it's understandable that other people would be confused, especially when they're getting conflicting information from perhaps the archery. So I don't know why that's happened, and maybe we can have city staff look at that issue and put out some sort of official clarification or something, but that would be great. We dealt with the curb. The lights is where I'm personally a little bit less clear. I think there's a valid argument here with a driveway like this that curves and it's as steep as it is. I think there is a valid argument that having lights increases the safety of trying to navigate that. And I think there's also a valid argument that the hedge with the lights, arguably does more good than harm in that regard as well. I think there's also a pretty deep question here about the vegetation in the city parkway. And if you look at the predominant condition on this street, most of the houses have vegetation in the city parkway. I'm not exactly sure, one of the commissioners asked, how did this come before us? Was there a complaint? Was it just the code enforcement officer driving by? But, this is not really an unusual condition on the street to have this kind of relatively low hedge. I could probably go either way on the hedge, personally. It is technically out of compliance. In order to be in compliance, it would require a miscellaneous non-standard encroachment application to be approved by us. We could do it, we could not do it. If we did it, I think it's critical that we condition it to be at the current height and absolutely no taller.
I think I'm in agreement with Chairman Ward. and co-chair, with regards to the comments. I think this is a unique property. The driveway is, as has been stated, the driveway is the only configuration I think that would work for this property. My only lasting concern, and I think everything else has been addressed, is the hedge. And I think that the safety issue with regards to the hedge has to be considered, and I think there's some validity to that. I also agree that if we approve the hedge, it would have to be maintained at least at current height or lower.
What is the requirement? You said 30 inches tall on the hedge, is that right?
Right, it's all vegetation 30 inches, and that's what we've been.
Approximately,
If it's in the city
Yeah,
parkway,
right.
so the location of the hedge is okay as long as it's 30 inches?
Exactly.
Okay.
it's approximately, 60 inches now, I guess.
It's closer to 5 feet now. I think, yeah.
And they can have it, I'm not saying they can't have it there, I'm saying that for me, I think that we have to be consistent, and we've been trying to pull back from people who've had all this vegetation growing out there. You know, we've done it on Granby Altamira, we've done it all over, and the goal is, you know, it's part of the whole basis of neighborhood compatibility in the city, it's that open and clear thing, and it's safety. There's a lot of reasons for it when you look into it. So for me, I just think that if we've been pulling people back and you can see the newer homes don't have this, then why would we say yes? I just don't see, because, and they have that hedge down lower. So for me,
But if we say that, the neighbors already have a hedge.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying that we've been making an effort to pull it back because it goes against, the city only has so much money to go out and do compliance constantly. So when it's written in this, then it's easier for them to enforce. Otherwise, it's a long process and what have you. So the goal is to bring homes into compliance. And the driveway, I fully understand with what everyone's saying, but I just think this is we've been consistent with those things.
Would you be okay if the hedges were just taken down to 30 inches and what's the same? I'm on board with that too. I think, I don't see any point in moving the hedges if he wants, he said he would maintain.
Well,
them.
they can have 30 inches by right.
Right.
That's what I'm saying, but the lower hedges, I think, provide the privacy like Commissioner Nendick is saying. I don't think the upper hedge is actually
Change that.
giving them the privacy for their kitchen, I believe was the window that people were previously having access to from the street. So I'm inclined to approve the hedge, keep it in the same location, just keep it at a lower height.
What about the lights?
The lights, I mean, I think the lights serve a safety purpose, but if we're gonna, get on board with Commissioner Nendick and just be consistent, it's probably just get rid of those lights that are at the street.
The lights along the driveway, you keep,
Well, the driveway, we would have to get rid of, I think, the first 5 that go down.
probably the place where you'd want to, or one of the places where you want to, especially for people navigating that, you know, on the
Yeah.
first or second drive.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have,
So, okay,
I
then the
guess I
question
feel
is,
stronger about those lights, and actually, you know, if they were tall lights or LED, bright LEDs, I'd have more concern. These are these little landscape 12-volt lights.
okay, so you're saying
Yeah.
the ones along the driveway, but then we could get rid of the other ones over here,
Where you?
I have less,
over here.
I
Sorry.
mean, I think it's a
I'm
nice,
saying the ones that are over with the 5% and things like
At the curb.
that.
it's an attractive feature, but it's not, A, it's not necessary, and B, it's not required.
So I'm saying maintain them along the curb if it's a safety.
Yeah.
But the decorative ones that are over in the garden to the west of the driveway, remove those. Is that a compromise?
I think, are you talking if you're going down the
These would be
driveway?
the ones in front of the hedge.
Yeah, the ones that are between the hedge and the curb out of the street.
I'm talking about
Yes.
these ones right here.
See, these little guys I keep. These are-
Yeah, I see.
So you keep the ones along here?
Yeah, keep the ones along the edges.
They're all here on the other side.
So along the curb,
Yeah.
Curb lights.
Just get rid of.
It's an attractive
Keep
thing.
those.
so there's
No, I
5 in
wouldn't.
total.
Again, it's more of
So get rid of the ones in front of the hedge, in other words.
Right.
So maintain the 5 that,
But isn't that the safety issue? Because that's what a limit.
If it's only 30 inches tall, I mean, I don't know how much.
I don't know if you could do a 30-inch, like I said, that's gonna look pretty woody in there.
But not, right now, they're really helping you to bring them down.
You think so?
But if you let them grow, yeah, because my findings come all the way to the ground. I think the look that you're doing.
Maybe there's something here.
Okay, yeah, I think so.
Sure, I'll give it a shot. I think we have some consensus here.
I think so. Don't fire it up.
All right, I will make a motion. Let me just go down the list here. I have the Public Works memo. That might be a good place to work from, if that's okay. The first item is the driveway is not perpendicular to the street. I think we are going to allow that as is, correct?
Correct.
Item number 2, the curb along the driveway, we are going.
Wait, slow down. Are we gonna allow the driveway to remain as installed? I think we should.
Yeah, so the driveway is not perpendicular, we're allowing that. And the second item is that the installation of the driveway was not inspected. We are going to grant them
Take the liability.
exemption from that.
We're not gonna take the liability, they have the liability.
Yeah, the applicant has to indemnify the city against,
They're gonna be required to submit a license agreement.
Okay.
with the non-standard equipment, which includes,
Including the construction.
Including the non-static construction.
right, well, it'll be inspected again by Public Works, but that license agreement will cover the current condition.
It's also the 15th condition in the conditions of approval associated with this resolution.
number 15.
Yes. No?
15 says sewer easement. 15.
So just to clarify, if you're gonna inspect it, like, take a foot view of the bricks or something, or?
No.
Okay.
It'll be dug up. In order to make sure that the inspection is done properly, and compacted, it has to be dug up.
How much of it?
The entire portion within the public right of way.
No, we don't wanna do that. We're gonna let it stay the way it is.
We want to grant an exception.
Can we ask the lawyer what we should, what Public Works is telling us it has to be done? Other people are saying we don't think you have to do it. What is, by law, what are we supposed to do?
I would refer to Public Works because this is under the purview of Public Works.
What's the risk if it's not inspected?
And they identify the city.
The Community Development Department, which is what you're making a decision for, it is the 15, not under Public Works conditions, but Public Works Department's conditions, indemnification for the approval of this permit.
Right? But no, I'm asking, what is if we don't inspect it, and we are indemnified, then what is the remaining risk for the city?
Yeah, it's a valid question. The point being is that when an encroachment permit is applied for, stuff is constructed in the public right of way, we have to inspect it. That's just the way it goes. But this is under your purview, of course. So, as far as the license agreement, that does address that information as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
We just leave it alone.
That's right. I just don't see the point in tearing the whole thing up when they're gonna indemnify the city for the condition.
But I think if we just leave it alone, they say they're taking care of it.
No,
We have
No, no,
license
that's not
agreement,
correct.
the indemnification has to be.
Yeah, they're not in inspection, there's gonna be no inspection, and we're not going to insist that it be torn up. What we're saying is we're gonna allow it to remain in place, and subject to the indemnification agreement, the city's going to be indemnified from any and all liability in connection with this non-standard encroachment.
Cheryl, what are you thinking?
As Public Works said, when you, they're gonna be required to obtain an encroachment permit. As part of the encroachment permit, you have to do some type of inspection. I would have to refer to the Public Works. Is there a different type of inspection that can occur without tearing up the driveway?
So the encroachment, I feel like we're kind of going around like that. So if any work is to be done in the public right of way, we would have to require an current permit obtained. That's the regulation that we have for the public right of way.
Did anybody tell the applicant this before they paid the thousands of dollars to come here? that even if they come here and get approval, they still have to rip up the driveway?
It's stated in this letter that they were doing.
It's not just 3 feet, it's 40 feet.
Yeah,
And we're not actually doing the encroachment permit, we're just doing the miscellaneous application.
That's the process.
no, I understand, but it seems like we're in a little bit of a circular firing squad here where, you know, the applicant pays thousands of dollars to come here, right? And then the net result is they still have to rip up their driveway. Right? I mean, I don't know.
I think that's why we're here trying to grant an exemption to override that. I mean, we have the authority to do that.
I'm not sure that we do.
So what
We're
if,
doing an encroachment.
what if the contractor certified that the driveway was built in accordance with city standards? Can you rely on that certification as well as the indemnification by the owner? I mean, presumably there's some plans for this that you could review.
Well, yeah, the question comes down to whether or not we would accept it. If you're gonna put a license agreement to this, I don't see the. If you're asking me the question about the inspection, no. In order to inspect it properly, we have to follow the regulations that we have to follow. Leave it at that.
But this is an pre-existing, so it's not a, we're not talking about installing it now.
Yes, but they have to do their process.
Yeah.
So we're just approving, or just whatever, miscellaneous application, if I understand what I'm hearing correctly. The city attorney is saying that, yes, that we're doing this, we're not.
Does Public Works or does the city building inspector have a process when there's, I mean, because unpermitted work happens all the time, right? As a practical matter. Do people have to rip open and rip apart everything every single time that happens? I mean, unpermitted work, there's actually a section in here about permitting unpermitted work, and it costs 3x the permit fee, right? So you don't always just make people tear it all apart. Sometimes you just charge them 3x.
Well, okay, there's a couple things to unpack there.
Yeah.
One, building department handles things on the private property. They handle the building code, which is a universal building, international building code. So they have purview dealing with the building, whether or not they can take down the drywall or whatever.
Mhm.
And charging 3 times is because of the fact that it's an after the fact issue. That doesn't solve, if you move it over to public works side in the right of way, it doesn't solve the issue, the fact that they did unpermitted work. That's just, for lack of better terms, a fee to be charged because the work was done without permit and we have to do the additional work. But as far as inspection goes, the inspection is set up initially for that purpose.
I guess one final question I would have, since you're still up here. If the city, as a practical matter, if the city had an indemnification from the owner, it's a driveway that really is only going to be used by the owner and their guests, presumably. Is there any sort of practical scenario where the pavers would actually create a problem that would cause liability or other issues for the city that couldn't be envisioned by the indemnification?
Well, I will let the city attorney chime in on this, but from the public works side of things, we're required to take care of the public right of way. And even if that indemnification is provided, big pockets is the city. So as far as what is constructed in the public right of way, we have the standards for a reason. So that way we do maintain some consistency in case there is an accident, in case somebody drives a bike, doesn't see the, whatever it was there, maybe one of the pavers was out of alignment. So anything could be happening with that. A practical reason why we would do it?
It's harder than we thought. Okay. That's a good answer. And thank you for being thoughtful about that.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh, we'll invite you back.
Yeah.
Yeah, when it gets to the legal stuff, I'm looking straight over here though.
Yeah. Well, you can see the dilemma that we're facing. I mean, of course, I hear you, I understand your perspective, but by the same token, it's like tear it all out, and then we'll see if it's okay, and then you can put it all back. And that doesn't make sense to me.
I'm not saying it's the correct way of doing it. That's what you guys get to decide. I'm telling you what the answer is, that when you ask what's in the public right of way, how would we do it?
So my thought here is we can still go through our process. I think that we could, maybe make a recommendation that Public Works look at this as a practical issue with the city attorney, and they can come to whatever ultimate conclusion when it comes to the final permitting.
We would prefer to see a solution that didn't involve that, and maybe with the city attorney's help, additional language to be put into the indemnification provision. I don't know exactly what that would be, but we have the expert right here. But just to give us, a sound measure of protection to cover the city from where the owner basically warrants that the driveway is in fact built according to city standards. And indemnifies and holds the city harmless.
The indemnification in here is pretty broad, pretty comprehensive. It allows the city to use its own counsel and then just be reimbursed for those fees. So while yes, the city has the big pockets and is likely going to be named as a defendant in any action brought because of this project, the city also has a law firm that has dealt with these same types of lawsuits and is guaranteed to be reimbursed for not just the applicant now, but the successors and interest to the property. So we have a pretty comprehensive and solid indemnification.
What is that indemnification for? Us saying that they don't have to go through the proper building process?
No, because that's Public Works Department.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to say. This isn't really what's before us, because we're not saying, we're talking about being allowed to put this on here. We're not talking about how it's built. It's two different things,
I
right?
think what we can recommend to the Public Works Department is that they accept this project as built with the certification by the owner that it is built in accordance with city standards. You'll also get an indemnification. It would be our recommendation that the city not require the property owner to rip the driveway up 40 feet of papers.
That's practically speaking, when you go through that, and then the public works can still make the determination they want to do it.
It could happen here. Yeah.
So we just would say that we would hope that they would, but let Sharon speak.
I recommend at this point, because we're gonna go around and around, that you direct the Public Works Department to work with the city attorney regarding the license agreement, because this particular license agreement, it's a standard form, may need to be revised accordingly to what you are suggesting.
And if I could add one thing, there was a statement that Public Works could still make the applicant do the driveway. You're preparing and making the miscellaneous application, you're noting it. If the next step would go to the license agreement. So we're not going back and going against the direction that you're providing. So I want to make that clear. That's not what we're going to be doing.
All right, want to try it again?
All right, where were we? All right, back to the top of the list, the driveway.
Well, maybe Marco can.
Yeah, Marco, can you summarize just the driveway and the paver portion of it, and then I can move on to the easier stuff?
The language for the approval of the driveway.
Just exactly what we just agreed on.
We need someone to run this back. I'm gonna need help from staff.
I think Cheryl, yeah.
I think at this point, you support the driveway, you don't want any further inspections, that you direct the Public Works Department to work with the city attorney's office regarding the license agreement, because this particular license agreement, it may have to be amended accordingly based on your recommendations.
That sounds good.
That sounds good, thank you.
Great.
I would prefer that you say, we prefer that. They don't, if they don't need inspections. Because I think you have to be careful here. Just think it's really careful.
There's also requirements in this approval that the applicant comply with all the requirements and regulations of the code and the city, the state of California. So there's, for this miscellaneous application for the approval to be valid, they need to comply, there needs to be a determination.
So we're not overriding that.
It's
It's in there.
it's, a recommended condition of approval to this application.
We're just going to make sure, we're just going to add in a condition that you prefer that they, regarding the license agreement, that the Public Works Department works with the city attorney regarding the license agreement and not having a final inspection. I don't have the exact language, but
Okay, thank you.
We'll let,
Cheryl. I think
Marco
that,
craft that, and then we'll put it in the resolution.
we'll see where this goes.
All right, we have a couple more things to get through on this motion, so that's number one. Number two is the curb along the driveway. It's on the west side of the driveway. Right now, that curb does not start at 0 inches, so we are requiring that the owner bring that into compliance and start that curb at 0 inches and taper it up.
Correct.
Like, matching the other side, the east side of the property. Lights, I think we decided that, we will ask the applicant to remove the lights that are currently located between the ficus hedge and Via Del Monte. It looks like there are 3 of them on the plan set.
I think there's more, I think there's 6.
um,
I think that.
Commissioner Campisi, before you go further, and also, both myself and Jeffrey were discussing that, and to also, request that the Public Works Department prepare a diagram, so we have a diagram for the file of exactly the placement of the lights.
So you can say we approve the ones that are adjacent to the curbs.
Yeah.
On either side.
Okay, so the other way to say this is that we do approve the lights that exist along the east and west side of the driveway curb adjacent to the curbs, yeah.
And the lights along the entire curve.
Chair Wade, may I add something?
Sure.
The lights are identified on that plan. They're red circles.
Right.
We have,
Are there actually only
5 of
3?
those in the set, in the right of way. Or like,
It's the ones in front of the.
Well, I think you just, if you say lights adjacent to either side of the curbs, that means if they go down further, great too.
that's fine too. Yeah, I think I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are embedded in front of the hedge and behind.
That we're getting rid of.
Right.
Okay. Sure, was that clear enough?
6 that you're keeping,
It's the
correct?
lights along the driveway.
We're keeping the lights along the driveway curb. We're asking.
Oh, the uplights.
Yep, and those trees are being removed, so there's no lights around that, not necessarily.
Okay. But I'm just clarifying, there's 6 that you counted that you're keeping, and then 3 that you,
No, there's 5, there's 6 that are removed.
oh, 6 that are being.
And we're keeping the lights.
Why don't we just say we're removing all of the uplights?
Well, I
Because
don't,
I think all the uplights are gone.
I'm not sure that people understand.
Get to define, Marco, is there a legal definition of uplight? I mean, there's just lights that are on the plan set. I think Cheryl's recommendation is probably the right way.
We have the recommendation, we just wanted to have it correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the 5 lights, well, the lights along the curb.
Adjacent to the curbs.
East and west side.
Right, so the ones behind the hedge are okay.
Ones, no, I wouldn't put those either. It's just the lights along the curb. Yeah.
All right, and then finally, the ficus hedge, keep the ficus hedge in its current location, but require that it's, no taller than 30 inches. Or all, I guess, yeah, so all vegetation within the city parkway not to exceed 30 inches in height.
And that's provided that the olive trees, lime trees, the rocks, and the DG. That's agreed by the applicant.
Okay, do we get it?
I'll
I
second
think
it.
so.
I'll second.
Okay, in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, great.
All right, are we done?
With that one.
I'm gonna miss you guys. You know, really.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move to now item 5, which is neighborhood compatibility and grading applications for a new single-family residence at 2622 Via Rivera. Can we have the staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wade, members of the Planning Commission, and members of the public. Tonight's hearing is for a continued neighborhood compatibility and grading application for new single-family residence located at 2622 Via Rivera. The scope of work includes 2,698 square foot first floor, a 702 square foot basement, a 573 square foot garage, and then separately to be reviewed by staff is a 475 square foot ADU. This was last heard at the October 15th. This item was last heard at the October 15th Planning Commission meeting where it was continued. And since then, the applicant has resubmitted plans for review and has made some changes based on feedback received from the Planning Commission, which I will be outlining now. So what the changes include that the building footprint has been moved 3 feet to the north, and the access to the ADU is now through the trash yard. The retaining wall at the south property line was moved to the property line. I think closer to the property line is what I meant to say. The roof at the main mass of the residence changed from a hip to a gable roof. The skylights were reduced. The chimney reduced in size and height. The utility cabinet was removed from the south elevation. The trellis was removed from the north elevation. The pool was reduced in size by 209 square feet. And the overall hardscape was reduced by 445 square feet. The underfloor access for the pool and mechanical equipment was changed. And the fence heights at the property lines reduced to a minimum of 6 foot 6 inches. The findings required to approve are outlined in staff's report as a staff's recommendation. This concludes my staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for me at this time. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Graham. In all those changes that you just mentioned, nothing was said about the square footage of the house. That remains.
That remains the same.
Okay. Thank you.
So Jeffrey, the ADU footprint,
Yes,
is it normally counted in the calculation of lot coverage?
it would be exempt
Would be exempt.
from counting.
So what happens if we approve 58% lot coverage? Along comes the ADU.
Mhm.
The ADU lot coverage exceeds 65%.
Right.
That's going to happen, that could happen.
That could happen. That's correct. So with ADU law, there are state exemptions for ADUs that are less than 800 square feet. We have to allow an 800 square foot ADU if it meets the setback requirements, if it meets height requirements, and we can't count lot coverage, floor area, open space requirements against those ADUs, and they have to be reviewed ministerially. But
But doesn't it depend on the order in which it's being proposed? So if you have an ADU on a property and then you propose a house, the house can't exceed the coverage
That's
at
right.
that point.
that's right. The order is.
If you have a house, but then you add an ADU, the ADU can exceed.
That's right. That's right.
Right, but the city also does not have to allow hardscape if they think the number is going to go over. So because when we had all the meetings with the lawyers and just citing the code, and even in the code it says is to try to keep the 65%. So if someone has all this built and they say we have nowhere to build it, well, you don't have to have a pool. I'm just using an extreme example. You don't have to put in a pool. But you do have to allow the ADU. So the idea is that you still try, the city, and even in their code, they say that they try to keep it at 65%. But you don't, because quite frankly, if you only go with the thing that they can go over whatever, which they do have the right to the ADU, I'm not questioning that at all. But then maybe you don't have a pool, or else they put that ADU in the front setback. You know what I mean? These are the things that you have to really think about. So we do have a right to say it's in front of us. In this case, they have, the ADU is below a solid patio, so they're already counting that as hardscape. So the ADU is not going to increase the quote unquote.
Yeah, that was my question as to whether or not eventually that the rooftop or the deck above it counts as lot coverage. Even though it's, it's got a dual use, I guess. It's a deck or a patio, pool patio, it's also the roof of the ADU.
We would be looking at it as its own, that would be hardscape essentially. So if the ADU wasn't there, we would be looking at the patio or roof as a patio, essentially.
It's hardscape, right?
It's hardscape.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
it's still counted into the overall numbers.
Because it's a deck. If it was just concrete, well, I mean, then it would be hardscape.
So that's the only point, is that if you see that everything, and there's more hardscape someone wants, you can say no, because you can add that total in. And they have the ADU already, and they have the hardscape, what have you.
So
What is that roof
Situation.
calculation for hardscape?
I would have to refer to the applicant. I think I'll have to take a look at mine. See.
This is a little theoretical, but it ties me up a little bit when I start to think about this, and that is, what happens if you have an approved ADU
Mhm.
and someone comes along now and they propose hardscape, then clearly with the additional square footage of the ADU exceeds 65%. What do you do?
So I think Commissioner Lazar,
Square footage then count it or not?
so yeah, so if the ADU is proposed prior and somebody is making changes to the lot after that, we would count the ADU square footage because it's already been approved.
And that's how it goes written.
But I think you just have to, before the ADU is approved, you just have to be careful about how hardscape was reviewed before an ADU is approved, because you still have to make the finding. You can't make the finding that potential ADU will increase that lot coverage because an application hasn't been submitted yet. So you just have to be careful.
Yeah, it's just kind of a chicken and egg story here.
Although there is a nuance to that, we don't have to approve hardscape up to the maximum.
No, you just be careful about mentioning ADU when an application hasn't been submitted yet.
No, the only reason that it even comes up is because it's on the plan.
Sure.
So in a sense,
The bell's been rung.
yeah, they rang the bell here.
Sure. Okay.
So my next question is, and I mentioned this to you earlier, is the decomposed granite, is that hardscape?
It is not hardscape because it's permeable. And I asked, so in our municipal code, we don't have anything that says that DG or decomposed granite is hardscape. I discussed this with the PVHA. They also don't call decomposed granite as hardscape.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So one last question, when we're looking at the lot, all of the walls and the pilasters, those are all included in the lot coverage calculation.
Right.
Here's a question for you, Jeffrey.
Yes.
They moved the wall on the south along to the property line, okay?
Mhm.
This property has a power pole and it has an easement going to the power pole, but now they're proposing walling off the power pole so you can't get to the power pole. So I think we have to deal with that issue because you can't, see in the back corner? There has to be access.
Near the spot.
No, on the other side. See, it says PP and it has a circle,
Oh, sure.
and see how it's blocked off?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, before we proceed with the public hearing, I think that concludes the staff report. I don't hear any other questions for staff, so we'll move to the public hearing. But before we do so, let me just ask if commissioners have any ex parte communications or activities that are not otherwise reflected in the record that we need to disclose at this point.
Yes, I made site visits to 26, 27, and 2631 via Carrillo, and 26, 24 via Rivera.
Yeah, I met with Marcus Anderson on via Korea, who lives somewhat behind the subject property, and also Cindy Drays, who lives on Via Rivera directly south of the applicant.
I visited the, excuse me, the site itself in question.
So I visited the property. I also had conversations, met with Kimberly Lynch at 2647 Via Carrillo, and Marcus Anderson at, what was it, 2631, is that correct? I think so. And I had an opportunity to talk by phone to Mrs. Dre at 2631. I'm sorry, she's right next door to the applicant on the
26, 24.
2621. Okay, yeah.
I toured the project, but didn't speak to anybody, just spoke to them last month's meeting.
Okay, so we will open the public hearing and bring the applicant forward for their first 5 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris Henderson, 24, 1777 Ridge Road, National Palos Verdes. I am the architect for the project. After our meeting back in October, I've made a number of adjustments to the design as been listed by Mr. Graham. Rather than take up my 4.5 remaining minutes, I'll address a couple of items that have come up in discussion. One of which is I just ran a quick calculation. I know this wasn't really the question, but I was curious myself. And that is, if we were to include the ADU into the lot coverage, we would be at 63.2. So almost 2% below the maximum 65%. Secondly, something that we really didn't discuss last month, but it seems like a reasonable observation, or not observation, but point to make on my part. And that is, given the limitation for the size of the allowable floor areas, we're 510 square feet below that maximum. Now, I know that this is a discretionary review type of process, but I think it was worth noting. Above and beyond that, I'm available for questions.
Can I ask you a question? Regardless, you're counting this hardscape, the patio that you have out to the backyard, the ADU will be under, right? So that's being.
That's counted as hardscape, that's correct. You know, with regards to the power pole, I'm not, and by the way, the retaining wall on the south side of the property was relocated 1 foot to the south, responding to an observation that the Planning Commission made. So this was addressing one of your concerns. I don't know if that retaining wall moved 1 foot one way or the other really has anything to do with the ability to get to that power pole. The easement's there, the power cut, there's currently a wall and fence there. I'm not sure what a remedy would be at a planning level, other than the fact that the resident, the homeowner, has to grant access to the utility company to use their easement. In fact, I guess they don't have to grant access, do they? The utility company has an easement. If they need to get to that pole, they go to the pole. There's also 3 other properties of which could service that pole, though the pole happens to be at the very top corner of the applicant's property. So I'm open for creative suggestions with regards to addressing this issue. I've not run across it before, but I'm open to suggestions or.
It's unusual to see someone put an angled wall. Typically, we see a wall go straight back to the back and then across. This has an angled wall from here to here, closing that area off. That's what my thing is.
Well, I don't believe it closes it off, number one. Number two, it's angled like that so that the power pole is not undermined when the retaining wall is built.
Okay, I have several questions. The first is, what is the maximum ridge height on the existing residence? I looked on the plans, and it may well be here, but I could not find it.
On the survey, which is on sheet
This should be the main ridge running north-south.
yes, the elevation is called out at 117.55.
Okay, so your, the proposed height of that ridge is 118.02, so you are basically raising it a foot and a half.
No, less than 6 inches.
I'm sorry, less than 6 inches, okay. And on we basically have before us the same proposed residence that we saw previously, with the exception of changing the north-south ridge from a gable to a hip, lowering in the height of the chimney. How much did you lower the chimney, by the way?
Approximately a foot and a half.
Foot and a half, okay. And changing the side setbacks to shift the residence about 3 feet to the north. Those are the main changes that affect the residence.
Reducing the pool and spa by.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about
The residence itself, yes.
So nothing else has been changed though? Right. Other
With
than
regards to
those
the
things.
residence, no.
Okay, and the span of the house, and I'm saying that the width of it facing, the street, it's about the same width as the original house, right? It's about 56 feet by my calculation.
I'd have to double check the drawings, but it's fairly similar.
Yeah. Is the roof pitch the same as currently existing?
Our proposed roof pitch is shallower than the existing.
Okay. All right.
When you add up the numbers in your, legend, on the first front page, just to give you a heads up, they don't add up.
Jeffrey and I addressed that, just after lunch. My apologies, the cut sheet for the site plan never was pasted into the site plan sheet. I did update Jeffrey with a drawing, which also included the addition of calculating the basement retaining walls into the floor area calculation. So I was of the impression that the planning commission was going to be updated. Okay, great, thank you, Jeffrey. I think everything's been addressed.
I didn't know if anything had been done, but when I started doing the things, the numbers just didn't add up.
And you
And
were,
actually,
it was a good catch, you were absolutely right.
your numbers are higher than they actually are, so, in any case.
Okay, by the same type of question, we're talking about floor area here. How about lot coverage? That was an issue last time. We weren't quite sure we had the right calculations then. So currently, in your calculation of it, I think it's 58% roughly, did you include the stone path and the steps on the north side?
Yes, those are counted.
Okay, and the stone, and the entire pool patio, including the area of the ADU, right?
No, not including the patio above the ADU.
Exactly.
Yes,
Correct.
yes. And
Okay.
if I just may mention, as it turns out, there were no errors in the calculations from last month. The problem is that the prints that you received were printed on a mass production type of machine, and that did not lead to some of the different colored areas
Right.
being captured or printed, I should say. So I don't mind taking responsibility for my mistakes, but I just thought I'd let you
No,
know this time I was,
it's all about trusting and verifying, right?
not a problem.
Okay, so we've included the pool patio in the area above the ADU, the deck area. The spa, the pool, surrounding hardscape there. Walls and pilasters as well.
No, we do not calculate, the top of a retaining wall, if that's what you're referring to. We do not include those in our, area calculations.
Is that required? I think I asked the question earlier. Walls, pilasters.
Let me confirm in the code. No.
And the setbacks, I think they're not included. I'm not checking them.
Okay, I'm still continuing on here. Aren't any of the walls and pilasters or other structures in the front setback, do they exceed 42 inches?
No.
Okay, you show two underfloor areas on the basement plan on sheet 3, and one area has steps to enter it. What is the proposed height of those areas?
I'm sorry, what
What
is
is the proposed height of those areas?
ceiling heights?
Yeah.
6 foot 2 inches,
Okay. And that's measured from what to what?
finished grade to underside of ceiling.
That's an issue. We don't do drop ceilings, so there is a problem in one of the rooms because the city's been clear for a while. They had all the problems where people were putting drop ceilings in and then converting basements. So now we require that the ceiling is normal where it should be, and we raise the finished floor up to create the plate height as opposed to dropping ceilings down.
Okay, so what is the top measuring point then? Finished floor to what?
To the, where the tip of, not a drop ceiling, a regular ceiling would went to go. So if you have, yeah, so it's
Bottom
a choice.
Okay. All right, so we need to make sure that those areas are 6 feet 2 inches.
May I briefly comment on this?
Sure.
This adjustment in the design came from planning commission comments with regards to access to the equipment that's proposed for underneath the floor of the home, specifically the pool equipment.
Right.
There was proposed let's call it a hatch, or I guess it's not a hatch, it's a door, but the sill of the door was 42 inches, if not 48 inches off of the floor. So at that point in time, we were actually providing fill dirt or proposing fill dirt in that area to control the height of the ceiling as Commissioner Nedick had just described. That actually results in us having to accomplish that with this one little isolated area with the garage off to the north and then wrapping around the rest of the basement. What this would leave as an island or almost an Oklahoma land configuration or monument, which a grader is never going to leave there. He's going to just come through and he's going to clear it out. So that means then we're going to have to rebuild that area. If that's what the commission's preference is, that's fine. The numbers change just a little bit if I'm being, completely transparent, but I think the solution that we've come up with makes a lot of sense. It's a little bit less grading. It gives good access to the pool equipment, and to such a degree, I had to add stairs, as you noticed, in the crawl space. Now, I think I can say this, we're talking about trust and verify. This is the kind of thing that typically gets worked out in the field. I've never designed or never been asked to design an underfloor area before. Sure, we'll put some spot elevations and we'll show how it pitches to try and control heights of retaining walls and reduce grading. But I started down a path and I ended up where I am.
Well, I think what, I'm the one who said something last time, was that the floor elevations that we saw on the plans, to have the height in that area, the floor needed to be raised. There's a problem with what was on the plans previously. They needed to count as square footage and so my point I was trying to make was you're going to have stairs when you open the door into this area to get you up to that height. So how do you manage that?
So I'm, once again,
So
tonight,
you went
I
the
have
reverse
addressed
way.
that concern
I know you took
and
it
using
down low.
what was up until,
They
I'm
were
not,
using- okay. When I look at this, I kind of think to myself, well, where do you want to put the pad? Why wouldn't you just go directly from the mechanical room to the the pool equipment pad. You know
Well,
what I mean? There's a lot of ways, so there's 101 ways you can do things, but we just
well,
have to
I
follow our
can
code.
respond to that inquiry, and that is that I would have to then grade under the house in a much larger area. That area where that pool equipment is right now is very close to the existing grade. If I want to access and provide an easy method without grading a lot of material, I want to access this underfloor area near the street, so I'm not having to run the tractors around more. So I think it makes sense on a construction standpoint. And what I'm trying to support right now is the idea that putting in some ceiling joists and sealing it off is a better method for both the construction for the homeowner, but also as well as for the neighborhood. It's a simpler approach. It's how, I understand we have rules, but I think in the case of this ceiling height issue, I mean, if this is a written rule in the code, then I'll stop. But I think you guys have the purview of accepting this solution, which was, it's just simply a better way to build it.
We can talk about this later.
All right, my last question is, the new wing on the south side extends quite close to the Andersons and the Lynch properties. Do you have any thoughts on how the impact of that structure at the end, close to them, can be softened? I mean, if you go to the Andersons or the Lynches, you see the end of that wing, you see the pole there with the orange tip. It seems like it's almost to the fence, back fence. And it's a pretty dramatic impression, I think, or impact to them. Is there some way that can be softened? I don't know whether it's a one-story, I don't know whether you could hit that roof or not, but you see what I'm trying to get at? It's just like it's right there when you go out in their backyards.
Understood. Observations, and then I'll propose a solution. Observation is we're a few feet off of the building setback.
Yeah, I understand.
And
Yeah.
we also know that the homes up on Cabrillo are located fairly close to the street themselves. So for this type of neighborhood, type meaning 9,000 square foot lots,
Yeah.
we actually have about as much separation as you would expect to find in any neighborhood in Palos Verdes. That being said, I will adjust that roof design and make that a hip roof also. You're tying my hands a bit because now I'm afraid the archer is going to tell me to use a hipped roof at the front of the house where
Yeah.
all of the character comes from.
Yeah, I understand.
But I'll take a swing at them.
Okay. All right. Now, those are all my questions. Any other questions for the applicant at this point?
Chair Wade. Chair Wade. So responding to your question regarding the lot coverage and walls and pilasters, per 18.04.105 for lot coverage, permanent structures would be included in that calculation. So the walls and pilasters would need to be included in the lot coverage calculation.
We'll just need to amend that number. I think you're safely under it, but just to be trust to verify. Okay, I think what we'll do now is, more questions?
I thought we were going to the public.
Yes, we're gonna go to. Okay, let's see here. We will now turn to members of the public that would like to speak on this, and I have a speaker card from Kimberly Lynch, followed by Marcus Anderson.
Good evening. Thank you for those that came by and saw the proposed project from my perspective, which is above it. I have a few things. I'm just going to read them because I don't want to run out of time. Well, first thing is the compatibility. The proposed home is on a below average size lot and it will be an above average sized home. And that was shown in the neighborhood compatibility comparison. The home is 137% the size of the neighboring homes, and the lot is 83% of the neighboring lots. The home is not compatible. The chimney on the north side is still blocking our view and purely decorative. It should be eliminated in its entirety. The pool will be built right up against the back setback, right below our fence. The digging of the pool is a danger to our hillside. Also, the pool is right up against the back setback, which is right below our back fence. This gathering place is too close to our back fence and will be a nuisance. The ridge line still blocks our view to the south. I thought the roof line would start sloping down further north, and I would request more work on this item. The bedroom on the south end corner of the building is too close to our back fence, giving us a feeling of being overcrowded and blocked in. The skylight will create light pollution at night, shining the light directly into the windows on the west side of our house, which is the majority of our windows on the west side, right up along the back of our house. There are no lights shining into our house from the west at this time, nor was there on the existing home. There were no lights that shine directly into our home. The roof pitch was lowered and the wall height was increased almost 2 feet. This creates a possibility to have larger doors and windows, which could shed light into our west-facing windows and be an invasion of our privacy. We have no windows overlooking our backyard at this time. And the wall should not be increased as much. And also, the last item is the vegetation over the back and side fence height will block our view. So we would request that the height of any vegetation be limited to the fence height around the property. And those are my concerns.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Marcus.
Good evening, Marcus Anderson, 2631 Via Carrillo. I'm basically going to parrot everything that Kimberly Lynch just said. It's basically everything that she said. Our biggest concerns are the following. The flags for us, the silhouette went up about, I think back in March, and they were revised just today with the project being completed about 3 o'clock. So me and my wife, we're going to need more time to analyze, see how the impact of this project, what impact this project is going to have on our house. The south and north facing hips right now of the house, the proposed is a 12-foot run by a 3-foot drop, which is an incredibly shallow run. I think currently right now, they're probably somewhere around 12 feet out and 6 feet down. I'd be happy to see something similar to what we have or what is on the property now. Still have great concerns about just the sheer mass of this project. It sort of does not feel like we're putting a small hat on a big box. Before we had a normal size hat on a big box, which would be worse. But it is just a very big project for the neighborhood on the square footage side of the residence. Shifting the property 3 feet to the north, from my quick review of the flags today, it did very little to alleviate the concerns that we have regarding our view corridor down the south side of the property. And I'm also very concerned about the wall height going up. It seems the wall height is going up to the height of the existing drop of the roof right now, and then putting roof on top of that. So for all these things, including the vegetation, the light pollution, the sunroofs going, or the skylights, excuse me, going up. It's just a big project on a small lot. So we'd like to see it be reduced a little bit and these considerations taken into account. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cindy Dredge. Nice to meet you in person.
Yes. Hi, Chris. Okay, my husband's out of town, so he's not here, but we missed the first meeting because we were out of town. But we decided to follow up with this one. I did not realize until till yesterday, when Janine came by my house, because I'm at 2624 Via Rivera. So I'm the house south, right next door to 2622. And I didn't realize until Janine showed up and she was just saying, I just came by to let you know that there's a meeting tomorrow night. I said, yeah, I knew there was. So Marcus had told us. And I realized when she was telling me about the overlay, I said, I didn't receive any revised drawings. I said, I have no idea what's taking place. So she said, well, it looks like the wall, the retaining wall on the south side is going to be on the property line. And I don't remember it being on the property line. I thought it was to the north, right north of the property line before. And then she said, and then I looked at the fencing to see if it was fenced. And I said, well, my concern is privacy, because we've had privacy for 33 years since we lived there. And now I almost feel like the windows going in, because the living space is all going to be on the south side, where the existing home has it on the north side, pretty much. So, because they have a driveway right there on the south side, which that's going to be reversed over to the north side. So I looked at that and I realized that maybe they're going to have more of a view into our living quarters, into our windows. So I don't know. I know they're going to have to probably have access to our yard to be able to build that retaining wall, if that's what they choose. And which I understand. And we're going to be more inconvenienced than a lot of the people in the neighborhood. We went through the other construction for 2 years on the south side of us, which was very inconvenient and very overwhelming at times when our pool was full of dirt constantly. So I just want to express my concern about privacy being maintained for us, and to maybe see if the windows could either be a little more lowered, even though I know that they're, I talked to Chris about this when I met with him after the meeting, after your first planning meeting. So, but that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, before we go to the applicant's last 5 minutes, I think we'll take a brief 10-minute recess, and then we'll resume with Mr. Johnny.
I'm not excited because I really don't use all the way down the one wall and Delta Center. The block there was 40 wide by 150. We were out. Everything on the block is kind of 2,500 square feet. And right.
Yes, so can you stay there? I'm sure you can stay your front. I feel like that's when you have it. Where's you going with
Yeah. So, well, I don't care for life. So, but my sister- So, yeah. We're here to- Yes, you can just go grab and stuff.
Where are you going, where's
I just was.
Didn't I take this?
I'm just telling you, just in case.
Yeah, you need to, sir, I use the island of vacation.
Yeah, we don't have one, so it's there.
I mean, good.
Just wanted to say, you've been helpful with all of these crazy.
Yeah.
Issues.
That's something to use.
Yeah.
He's not gonna open up his thing, so you just see what I know.
Yeah.
I asked you.
Hopefully, I mean.
I thought you moved along a little faster than.
Pretty good.
This is what I'm doing right here, this is what I'm.
Oh, is it? Yeah, okay.
Like the 2
Well, it's basically just.
But there's more on there's more.
They don't have a decrease. Yeah. When you get that in Yeah. Because by the AU at this point.
There's no way.
Well, we don't.
I am. Yes.
Our house is pretty far back. And our house is pretty far back. Yeah. I'll tell you this, but when that west came down, we had just had.
Cheryl, should we wait for Marco or go ahead?
He said you do it.
He's got
All right, we'll reconvene and we'll ask Mr. Gunderson to step back up for his last 5 minutes.
Addressing Mrs. Lynch's and Mr. Anderson's concerns to a certain degree with regards to how the house has been moved north 3 feet from the original house siting. Mrs. Lynch did mention to me on the phone, I believe, a week or so ago, that she was a little concerned that it was getting moved to such a great degree to the north that now it was starting to affect her in the process of trying to find a compromise between these two neighbors. It was a bit of a balancing act, and it seemed as though splitting the distance, and though it's basically split equally. So I think the home is in a reasonable location for both parties behind us. With regards to the concerns of, I'm sorry,
Mrs. Grace, or Cindy,
Vicky?
Cindy.
Cindy, thank you, Cindy. Her concerns. First of all, and by the way, I apologize. I assumed that when you guys didn't show up last month, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be addressing you.
Yeah.
I thought you were fine. That said, we are proposing a home whose finished floor is 1/10 of a foot higher than the existing home. The windows are going to have the same issues, though the window arrangements are different on the existing property. We're proposing a 6.5 foot high fence running the full length of the property. Well, I shouldn't say that. From the start of the home to the west, all the way through to the backyard. That 6.5 foot is measured from the lowest grade. So if we truly want to try and help some privacy, possibly an exception here and allow a fence taller, possibly measured from Cindy's side of the property as opposed to the applicant's side of the property. Lastly, and this probably makes no difference here nor there, but there was a point when there was some agreement with the neighbors behind us when the idea of an agreed upon hedge height above the fence that would not block views, but would help to screen the roof beyond of the new home was an acceptable approach, but it sounds like that's possibly changed. That's all I have.
Can I ask a quick question? Because when I went to the neighbors at 2624 Via Rivera, she said her concern was privacy. So when I went home, I tried doing the numbers about where the wall would hit relative to her windows. And so it made me have this question. I'm trying to understand why you're lowering the grade in this side yard on the south, because when I look at what's currently there, it goes from in the front, where the house, you've got the driveway over there, and then you've got your dirt next to it. So it goes right now, it's where the existing residence is. It's about 102.37, the numbers on your survey, up to 103, and then up to 105. But now it's being graded down to 99 and going up to 101. So that's what I'm trying to understand why and I understand if the house was sitting low, but it's not. Your floor is, I think, at 104. So I'm trying to understand why you're grading down that side, why you wouldn't leave the grade where it's at and then do the fence off there.
My client has asked that this access point, which gardeners will use, the pool man will use, she has asked that we hold the grade down on that side of the house to protect, I believe, 2 bedrooms. So it's a privacy issue.
So okay. So we're just doing additional grading on the lot, so when the gardeners go, push the, okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Skylight, we'll remove the skylight from the design.
Okay, and on the south side, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, oops, 5, 6 windows. 3 of those are bathrooms, right?
Correct.
So I assume the glass will be opaque or translucent in those windows?
We'd be happy to do that.
Okay, so we're basically looking at perhaps,
Same one you're looking at. The one that there's the primary bathroom window that faces the Andersons.
yeah, that's gonna be translucent.
That will be okay.
And that would be right here and in the front. So we have 2 windows in the primary bedroom.
So we do have issues with fence heights per code, but what we don't have are issues with regards to screening hedges. We very easily could, well, currently there's no privacy issues in that there are mature hedges which will be affected with the grading. But that being said, this privacy issue should be able to be dealt with fairly easily.
So the walls on that side, on the south side, are 6.5 feet?
Correct. No, not on the south side. I'm sorry. On the applicant's property, the walls are, which is lower than than Cindy's property at 2624. The walls are measured from the lowest adjacent grade, which is the applicant's property.
Okay. Okay. So I understand you did resilhouette the roof?
We did, but it only was completed, as Mr. Anderson said, late this afternoon. It was scheduled earlier, but it's the best we could do.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate, I think you mentioned that we did not specifically request you to do that. And
That is correct. And it
probably
wasn't
the
until, it wasn't,
typically speaking, when we have a property where there's a continuance and it's a subject where we get some issues about privacy and scenic view impairment, typically the applicants will resilhouette without a specific request. So perhaps we have miscommunication there of our expectation, I guess. Sorry about that.
not a problem.
Any other questions for the applicants? Okay, I think we will conclude the public hearing, bring it back to the group here for discussion. Who wants to begin?
Okay. I think our first finding is about grading and reasonable grading. And I think that we're not supposed to do grading unless it serves a useful purpose. I mean, that we do more grading if we're trying to solve other problems like views or what have you. So last time when we talked about it on the plans in the underfloor area, it was being graded a lot. Now I can't see it all. I mean, theoretically, an underfloor area should be crawl space. We don't do any more grading than what's in the crawl space. We don't grade it down feet lower or what have you. So when you have an uphill lot, you'll have not much. When you have downhill, you'll get a bit more, but we don't do excessive grading for that. But I have a problem on the grading on the side setback, in the south, because I don't think we grade down, just so the gardeners don't look in our windows. I mean, I have a problem with doing grading for those kind of reasons, so that's one issue. Because when I measured it up, the fence, by doing that, only comes up to a little bit above the bottom of all the windows along there. So it's creating privacy issues, the grading. So that's number one. I also still have the issue that we're supposed to keep our setbacks open and clear. One is for the sense of openness in our communities. The other, it's also because we've heard people come in here now and, you know, it's for not, to try to keep noise and privacy issues. When you have entertaining areas right against the fence, people tend to live over more. So I have a problem with the pool and spa, how they're much in the setbacks they are. And like last time we asked about that, as I said, I've never seen a power pole cut off like that, and I think we need some guidance because typically the utilities don't want to have to hop the fence. That's why we have easements. We don't usually have walls cutting off the easements for something. So, also, we don't do drop ceiling. Cities had a problem with that. So if that's going to be the floor at that level, then that area becomes livable, measuring it to beam, and then it becomes actually more building lot coverage because it's under the porch. So, and then the numbers go over. So there's a problem there with how that accesses. The neighbor behind at 26, 27, I think kind of both. The chimneys nowadays, we don't do wood, we're not allowed to have wood burning fireplaces. So the chimney does become decorative. So the question is, how much of it, these views are, you know, very tight. So it's hard to tell because I went out yesterday and I couldn't see the flags, but from reading the plans, you know, that we have to figure out the trade-off of do we say no chimney so that portion of the view is kept open or not. But that's something we have to consider. And right, just basically, you know, are you underneath the wing that doesn't have the garage and everything, the south wing, is it just gonna be left as whatever the natural dirt is under there, or is there grading in that? And then the one thing is I thought if you hit that wing, which you agreed to do, that goes towards the Agrio, I think that will stop that feeling of the house right in your face. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Sounds like you're not quite there yet. Which I share some of those sentiments. I think just checking my notes from the last meeting a month ago, I mean, too intensive use of the backyard was one of the main concerns that I brought up. And it looks like Mr. Gunderson, you did reduce the hardscape in the backyard, made the pool smaller. So I appreciate you making those adjustments to try to open up the backyard a little bit. I don't know what to say about the power pole on that wall. I think that's just a city staff issue. I don't know if we make a decision on that. I mean, the cut of this increased. I mean, this is a fairly significant alteration of the natural landscape there, the natural contours of the land. So I don't know. I'm a little bit torn. The house did not come down in size. That was one of our requests. I don't know where to go with that, but moving the house back closer to the middle, I think helped. I don't think anyone's ever going to be completely happy with that, but I think it's the right move. And so I guess I'm just still uncertain about the size of the house as it's proposed. So I'll yield to Chair Wade.
Okay, so I want to begin by saying, I think the applicant has come forward with, I think when you look at the structure, our two biggest concerns at the last hearing were the positioning of the house and the fact that we had the gable approach on the roof was creating some impacts, view impacts for the neighbors behind the Lynches and the Andersons. And I think by making that roof span ahead, that's helped considerably. So I commend you for doing that. I think you've heard us loud and clear, and those were two really significant issues. I do have some concerns remaining, and that is I share Commissioner Nendick's concerns about the spa and the pool. I mean, it's smaller, and that kind of reduces the activity, that would take place in the rear yard, but nevertheless, it's at 2 points, 5 feet away from the rear property line, and that's awfully close to the neighbors behind. In the spa, probably one of the noisier features when it's operating is 5 feet away, and that bothers me. So I guess my preference would be, and I don't know how you do this, but I would like to see the spa pull back, perhaps another 5 feet. So I will leave that to you, to the architect, to deal with that. But I think that would still permit some of the pool and maybe some of the spa, lesser amount of the spa in the rear setback, but not nearly as close as what's proposed here. So I'd appreciate some consideration being given to that. You've reduced the chimney by 1.5 feet, I guess, and that's again a step in the right direction. Sadly, it's a nice architectural feature, but it's not necessary. And quite frankly, from my observation of both the Andersons and the Lynches, it's right there in a view area. And it's not a necessary feature, so I'm not sure that they should be penalized simply because the applicant wants to have a traditional type of chimney. So I'd like to see the chimney eliminated. I know that there are options there that still provide venting that are less intrusive, so I would encourage you to consider those. I think I'm getting quite close to approving the project. I'm not concerned with the size of the house necessarily. 137% of average floor area of properties within 300 feet is not unreasonable. The height of the house is not unreasonable. It's actually quite modest. We could be dealing with a 2-story house, in which case we would have a lot more angst and acrimony here if that were the case. So I think a real attempt at being reasonable has come forward here. So I think we need to, I know we're not getting entirely what we want, but we're certainly getting a fair better shape than what we could be getting. So I think we need to consider that. In light of the sensitivity of neighbors to heights and privacy and impacts on scenic views, when we get to the point of approving this, I would recommend that we add a condition that would require that there be no minor modifications that would change or increase the ridge heights in any location or the size of the inflow, because I think that's quite sensitive to the neighbors. My real concern is, and sadly, I didn't get to see the benefit of hipping the roof because the silhouette wasn't put up until late this afternoon. So quite frankly, and I mentioned this before, I'm before Mr. Gunderson, but I'm a trust but verify kind of guy. And I'd certainly like to have the opportunity before we decide this to go out and view the property, hopefully one last time, to observe what impacts the conversion of the main ridge line from a gator to a roof to a hill results in. So I think I'm really encouraged that we're close. We're not at the finish line quite yet, as far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to hear your thoughts
Okay,
first.
I
Have more time and more.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with what my other panels have said. I'm very encouraged by some of the things that the applicant's done here. I think the hip roof has made a significant improvement as well as repositioning the property on the lot. Also, I think some of the comments are made tonight with regards to removing the skylights and also approaching the south end of the property with an additional hip. I think will go a long way in solving some of the issues that we're struggling with. With regards to Chairman Nindick's concern with the south side of the property, perhaps a vegetation screen might give us some privacy on that end as well. So there might be a couple options there besides the grading issue. But I'm in agreement with what's been said so far.
I don't think I have a whole lot more to add. I will say, we used to talk more about sort of the overall intensity of utilization of a property. I think that's been thrown off a little bit as applicants have gotten, more leeway with things like ADUs and also more creative with, different types of hardscape. It's not really hardscape, and but we've kind of entered a new era of creativity in that regard, which I think we're still kind of catching up with. Similar issues with basement heights and how that's potentially going to be utilized versus cellars and storage spaces and so forth. So I don't. Having said that, again, we could be seeing a two-story, as Chair Wade, noted, and it's sort of give and take here. So, I think I could potentially approve it, pretty much as it is with some conditions, as have been noted, but, a little bit on the fence because it is an intensive use, right, overall, so. Yeah.
I think I'm with Chair Wade that we need to see, and that's one of the big problems. I went out there a few times, and because the flags weren't up. And so, number one, I think we need to see what's going on because it's such type of use. But also, I think we really need to know. We get an overall grading number. It's a pretty big number. What's being graded, Typically, if I don't see anything on the plans in an area, I assume that grade is staying whatever the natural or existing, but nothing's happening to it. So I think that worries me some. And I do have a problem. One of our findings is grading. And I think grading in that side yard, what we've heard on other projects, we don't want to see retaining walls, in the front, so don't grade that house down. And now we're saying, oh, it's okay to grade it down so the gardeners walk over. I think there's some consistency we need to have in how much grading is a total. So I'm not ready to approve at this point.
So let me ask the staff, we have our regular meeting was, and I think is going to be canceled December 17th. Is there any chance?
That meeting is canceled, you are having a special meeting on Wednesday, December.
And we will have a couple other matters on that. I don't think, quite frankly, this project is that complicated. I think perhaps Mr. Gunderson, if he's willing to do so, might be able to modify his project and in response to some of the things we've mentioned, and would you be in a position to return as early as December 4th?
You're going to need to submit plans by, I'll give you the worst case scenario, Tuesday, because City Hall is open on Wednesday. It's a very tight turnaround.
What I'm trying to do is give you an opportunity, if you can do the dash to the finish and get your proposal revised, to take this up December 4th. In the absence of that, it's January 15th.
21st. January 21st.
This is 21st?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I think in light of the applicant's willingness to revise their project in response to the concerns presented tonight.
Let's, Jeffrey, can you tell exactly what's going to be needed?
Right, and we have the silhouette is done, so we'll have an opportunity to view that.
It's the revised plans is going to be, because there still has to be an amendment to the staff report, the packet. It puts we're going to need the plans by Monday, or we're gonna need to know what the changes are happening, because we need to post an agenda either Tuesday or Wednesday, the latest of next week.
I realize it's a short fuse.
It's
but I don't wanna-
it's very tight.
I don't want to delay you unnecessarily. If you can make that time.
I will meet those deadlines.
Okay, just coordinate with Jeffrey to make sure. And if you can change the sign on the, at the premise to Wednesday, it's a Wednesday, December 4th.
Okay.
I very much appreciate, and so do the Parsons, the consideration.
Okay.
We would love to get this wrapped up before.
I understand. And I'm sorry to drag you out. The silhouette's been done a little bit earlier, and we had a chance to see them. I think we might be very close. I think my colleague right here is closer than I am right now, so. In any event, I would make a motion that we continue this matter to December, to our meeting on December 4th.
I'll second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done. Thank you. All right, we will now take up item 7, which is miscellaneous application for grading and for walls and accessory structures exceeding 8 feet.
Number 6.
Huh?
Number 6.
Oh, did I skip 6?
He's-
What am I doing? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, it is likewise a miscellaneous application for retaining walls and guardrails exceeding 8 feet height at 2505 Eagle South.
Thank you, Chair Wade. The application before you is a miscellaneous application for a wall and guardrail exceeding 8 feet in height at 2505 Via La Selva. The scope of work includes a 6-foot 8-inch retaining wall with a 42-inch open rail, rail, to create a level patio off of the back of the building. Proposed lot coverage is at 47.8%. The wall and retaining wall are in the rear yard, if I didn't mention that before. And the finding required to approve is in staff's report, as is staff's recommendation. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for me this time. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Jeffrey?
Do they correct, the required setbacks are not accurate on the plans that I have?
Yes, so that I reached out to the applicant about that. They are aware of that, so we're going to be providing setbacks.
Correct numbers will be put on there?
Yes.
All right, before we go to hearing, do members of the commission have any ex parte communications or activities that need to be disclosed at this point?
I walked around the property at 2505, but there is no.
I have none.
I have none.
I know.
I toured the property, the front of the property, and met with the owner, but was not given access to the yard, so. Not to the yard.
Okay, we will proceed then to the public hearing. I have no cards for any speakers on this item. I have a speaker.
I'm the applicant.
Okay, wonderful.
I didn't know I was supposed to fill out a card as the applicant.
That's okay, just tell us who you are and.
I can take care of that. Robert Ridlett, I'm an architect, for Steve and Liz, who are the homeowners. I hope this is a lot easier. This is pretty straightforward.
Oh, we can make it.
I'm game.
We won't. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right, this is, if you've been to the property, it's a beautiful property. And it's a pretty extensive remodel to the house, which has nothing to do with the, planning entitlements. And the main thing that we're trying to do is, when I met with my clients, there's a real disconnect from the house to the backyard. There's a beautiful view out to the ocean. The living spaces, the only way to get to the yard is basically like through a side kitchen door. So the whole concept was to create a living, dining, kitchen experience that connects to the yard. So that's necessitated, building up a patio that you can access from the living room. And it's creating this retaining wall condition.
Jeff, do you have the rendering? Okay, so the rendering really paints a picture of what we're trying to do there. Again, the concrete wall would be 6 feet 8. It necessitates that you have to have a guardrail so you don't fall off. And I also wanted to do a lower planter from the yard side so that you're not looking at 6 feet 8 inches of concrete. So it's breaking it up. And it's just a lovely way to, make the backyard usable for entertaining and keeping the lower yard grass for the kids. It's not impacting anybody's views, and I think it's pretty straightforward. Anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, I have a couple questions, Mr. Ridley. I'm just looking at, I did not get access to the backyard, but luckily Redfin had some photos of the backyard. So there's an existing brick sort of deck there that steps down.
Yeah,
You're
there's
bringing
like
that
a
lower part up.
It's slightly, because it right now it's probably a foot below the floor, and we're gonna actually bring that patio up so it's a seamless connection. There's a wood deck in between the brick and the yard that's really useless. It's dilapidated and unsafe. So we're kind of getting rid of that and expanding the upper level deck area to the southwest.
Okay, so where the wood deck is, the wood deck will go away?
Yeah, and the patio will be extended into that area.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I'm just kind of comparing what I see online with the render. The rendering's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this house borders the La Selva Trail.
Correct.
Right, and I didn't see what kind of vegetation sort of boundary is on the boundary of the backyard there.
I mean, there's a fence, there's not really a lot of vegetation. There's a lot of those eucalyptus trees on the property, but there's no hedges or anything across the back.
Okay, I guess my line of questioning is just the folks that live then across the trail on the other side, which I believe is the city of Torrance.
Correct.
I didn't get a chance to look to see, of you just looking out from people, if they were on this new deck, I guess, what kind of visibility would others have looking in?
I don't think it changes a lot from what's existing from the upper side of the property. From the upper level brick area, it's not much of a difference in that perspective.
Yeah, it looks like there's an elevation change. Sort of this house is higher than the homes on the Torrance side.
Correct.
Just looking at the photos. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have just one quick question. It's not really relevant, I don't think. I think the plans show a 30 square foot reduction in floor space. And I guess that's the bay window and the dining room has been removed. We're taking off the bay window. I don't have the table in front of me, but we're gaining some space in the house by carving into the underfloor area. And I'm removing the bay window just to create a better living space. That's where the big sliding glass doors end up being.
So I didn't see any comments in the record, and we don't have any other speaker cards on this matter, but no comments in the record from the neighbors at either 2501 or 2511, the adjacent neighbors.
Correct.
Not aware of any concerns that they have.
It's very unintrusive.
All right. I think that's it for me.
So it was easy.
All right, and I will ask again, whether or not we have any people in the audience that wish to speak on this item. Seeing none, you actually have another 5 minutes, but
I don't think I need to go on.
okay. God bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring the matter back to the commission, and would someone like to start?
I don't really see any issues with this.
Yeah, I think the issue that we have to address, the finding we need to make, is whether or not there's any adverse on any other property. And quite honestly, I think this is a wonderful design, beautiful, and from what I can see of what currently exists, this is a terrific improvement. And in the absence of any objections from anyone here or in the record, I think I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the project. Do we have a second?
I agree. A second.
All right, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That was easy. Thank you very much. All right, now we'll go to the next item, which is some miscellaneous and grading applications for walls and accessory structures exceeding 8 feet at 6.9 via foot. And we have a staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wade. Tonight's presentation is for a miscellaneous application, grading application for walls and accessory structures exceeding 8 feet in height at 69 via Kia. The scope of work includes a couple of walls exceeding 8 feet in height. I will outline them. So the first one is a lower retaining wall and stair and rear yard with a maximum height of 13 feet 10 inches measured from natural grade, and 42-inch guardrail on top of the wall. The upper retaining wall, another is an upper retaining wall and stair in the rear yard with a maximum height of 9 foot 8 inches measured from natural grade, and 42-inch guardrail on top. In addition to that, there's a new wall to connect to the existing wall near the outdoor kitchen in the west side yard exceeding 8 feet in height. And in addition to that, there's a detached trellis and fireplace with a maximum height of 8 feet measured from natural grade. The proposed total lot coverage is at 47.15%. The proposed, the reason why this is coming for you in front of you for a grading application is because the proposed fill is at 1,210 cubic yards. Proposed cut is at 80 cubic yards. And the findings required to approve are outlined in staff's report as is staff's recommendation. I also want to bring to your attention in front of you in the dais, the applicant provided updated plans that show a setback that was left out of the plans that were submitted last week. But other than that, there are no other changes to the plans. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have for me at this time. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Jeffrey? Before we move to public hearing, I will ask, as I customarily do we have any ex parte communications or activities that are not otherwise reflected in the record that we need to consider at this point?
I made site visits and spoke with the owners at 629 and 633 via Park.
I have none.
Okay, I visited the project site and met with Mr. Smith, the owner, at 633. And I spoke to Mr. Harrigan through his ring phone. They were out of town, but I also spoke to him later on the telephone about the project. And those are my disclosures.
I visited the site, I didn't speak to anyone.
I toured the project and spoke to some workmen who were there. That's all.
Okay, I don't have a speaker card. Is anyone here to represent the property owner? Yes. Okay.
Good evening. Hi, Timur Tessimer. I'm also here with my wife, Janice Tessimer, and Dirk Godet. And Dirk is our landscape architect. So thank you for having us tonight. If you might pull up the first slide. Is that the track map? So one of the things that we've done since the beginning of this, and we bought our house in October or November, as I mentioned, we've been a resident in the city for almost 30 years. I'm also proud to say that Dirk's a landscape architect in the city, and our general contractor is a general contractor in the city. So I think it's great for homeowners, if they can, to support local businesses in the city. But the first thing that we did, we met with our neighbors who've been great. We currently have great neighbors who've, for the last 28 years, and we want to continue to do that after seeing some of these meetings or conversations tonight. So I submitted earlier today, and I think you have letters of support from all of our neighbors that are abutting our property. So they've seen all the plans, they've reviewed all the plans, and we really wanted to make sure that We weren't impacting any of their privacy, their views. So that was very important to us. You'll note here, if you, and I don't know if you've seen some of these slides here, you really can't see any of this work. We have very mature hedges on the north property line of our house that really block anything from the house behind us. It blocks anything from Via Campesina that you can see, and it also blocks from actually Palos Verdes Drive north by, I think, like 2,500 blocks. So you really can't see anything that's going on here, and we're trying to do it very tastefully. And that's really all the work that we're doing. We're basically extending our pool deck a bit to cover some pool equipment, and then also we're creating a lower grass level, and that's really the extent of our work. If you look at some of the other slides, you'll see a before and after condition. And again, I can't flip through these.
Yeah, it's okay. Keep going. I do the renderings. Those are existing wall conditions.
Yeah, so those are some existing wall conditions. Is that the before and after?
No, that's not. Those are existing wall conditions in the community that we noted. They were in excess of 8 foot, some extraordinarily so. I think the renderings were in
the very front.
Yeah, it was that last plan elevations or. Okay, there we go. Let's see.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So that's basically looking from our neighbors directly below us. So again, we've mentioned to one of the commissioners, we want to keep the mature trees and shrubs below us for our privacy and also for our neighbors' privacy. So we've purposely stayed out of those areas, and we're going to keep all those trees. And so if you look, I can't tell, I think on your right side, that is what the existing house looks like. And these are, by the way, from a drone. So, it's really, these are like 300-400 feet above air versus the next slide, which is what the proposed finished house will look like.
Jeffrey, can you zoom in just a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see there's actually an existing pad there right now, and everything is actually sloping off a little bit, so that's why we're having these 2 retaining walls, so we can have a flat area at the bottom.
So where's the bulk of the grading?
I'm sorry?
Where's the bulk of the
The
grading?
bulk of the grading is going where the new grass pad is.
The lower lawn area.
Yeah, the lower lawn area.
So do you have preliminary from, this is a big wall, so do you have preliminary from the archery?
Oh, yes, we have approval from the archery,
Do
yes.
they have any conditions? Do they have any conditions?
Yeah, the only condition that they have are the trees and shrubs on our north property line, which we're absolutely fine with keeping those and keeping them healthy.
So you're fine with the condition?
Absolutely we are, yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, the property line is the diagonal bottom of the image on the screen, right? Because you have a sort of north of the new grass area that you're creating, you've got that stairwell on the right side of that image that goes to a tree sort of filled area. That part is your lot down.
Yeah, the trees are on our property. Most of the mature trees are on our property, so they basically start from our north property line, and they go in about 10 or 12 feet.
And what's the purpose of that stairwell?
It's just getting down to that area for maintenance.
Would it be shorter if it were on the other side, potentially?
The east side.
It might be, but I don't think, that makes any difference. It's probably shorter and probably, well, actually what we don't want to do is we don't want to create any impact on the trees on that side.
Because it gets narrow. Right?
It gets narrower on that side, so it's better to have it on this side so we don't impact any of those existing trees and shrubs.
There's more space at that bottom area there where it's triangulated.
And this is sort of a drone view. I guess
Yes.
the point is you can't really see it.
You can't see it at all. I mean, even on the third hole of a golf course, you can't see it. And I even took pictures, I think they're in this slide presentation on Palos Verdes North, and you can't even see it.
And in this case, it's out of the rear setback, so it's leaving privacy. If you put it on the other side of the rear setback.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So on the, you're calling it the Great Lawn, it looks like on the plan set on the, either ends of the Great Lawn, there's a wall there too, right? That's not shown in this image.
It returns, it actually, you can see the railing on the image, on the image on
I'm
my
sorry, we're
right.
gonna have to speak in the microphone.
Yeah,
so we can make sure we get it on the record.
The edges on both the east and west sides of the Great Lawn do return. The slope's obviously going up at that point, so the wall is diminishing, but that does wrap around those corners. And there's a small hedge that was shown on the perimeter in the rendering.
Top of wall, okay, I see a top of wall measurement of 537.18, about midway through on one side. I guess if you're talking about a hedge, so if you go to the back where Vice Chair Lazaro was talking, that stairwell that's furthest north, if you just go right to the top of that stairwell and head to the western edge of the Great Lawn, is there only a hedge there that keeps you from falling off that wall?
No, there's a railing there and then it returns. There's probably about 5 to 8 foot, and then it starts to return.
Okay, thank you.
The reason their plants are shown as such, we wanted that kind of draping effect as well as plants from below.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay, other questions?
I see it right here.
Other questions? All right, hearing none. Let me ask, is there anyone present here that wishes to speak on this item other than the applicant? Okay, no further speakers. You have an additional 5 minutes if you think you need them. Any questions from the commission? Okay, all right. Then we will close the public hearing and listen to side this.
I'd like to say that I'm happy you're willing to have the same condition as the DHA. That makes it easy for us. And I appreciate that your new entertaining areas aren't in the setback, so that's really helpful. From what I can see out there and going below and trying to look, I can't see it from anywhere. I spoke to the neighbor, I would assume to the west, and he was all in favor, and he was fine having that barbecue in the side setback. There's stuff already there, but he said no problem at all with anything, so I can't find any issues personally.
I think I agree.
Yeah, I share those opinions. I also spoke to the neighbor on the other side, and neither neighbor, Mr. Smith or Mr. What's his name, Harrigan, had any concerns whatsoever. They were supportive of the project. So, again, I think the finding we need to make is there any adverse effect on any other property? And I can see none. So,
Especially with the condition that they'll maintain the existing
Right.
vegetation to the same heights and quality.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve M 040-24 and G 012-24, 629 via Wakila, to approve these applications with the additional condition that the existing vegetation in the north rear yard below the approximately 11-foot wall will be maintained at its existing height and existing plants
As per the archery.
as per the archery requirements.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. In favor? Aye. Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looks like a great project. Can't wait to see it.
Archery, or the planning commission rather, can be easy.
Oh, that's right. All right. We've let Keith wait this long. So our last item is agenda item 8.
9.
Is it 9? No.
It's 9, it's it.
Oh, sorry, you're right. and flip the right page. Agenda item 9, and it's a minor modification application for changes to the project previously approved at 2120 via Pacheco. Jeffrey, please start staff report.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Wade. The application in front of you tonight is for minor modification for changes to a previously approved project at 2120 via Pacheco. So this project was reviewed by Planning Commission and City Council and ultimately was approved by City Council on, let's see here. It was approved by City Council in February of this past year, after it was appealed. And the applicant has since submitted a minor modification for a couple of different items. The main ones being hardscape changes, and those hardscape changes are outlined in the staff report. The applicant also is proposing to lower the garage roof by 2 feet 5 inches, and is also requesting clarification on the intent of condition number 32, more specifically as it relates to sea level and just where the elevation should be measured from. So due to previous appeal review, the Community Development Director has forwarded this application to Planning Commission for review subject to Municipal Code Section 17.04.065. This concludes my staff report. Be happy to answer any questions you have for me this time. Thank you.
Any questions for Jeffrey?
Yeah, Jeffrey, or Mr. Graham, excuse me, was there anything in our approval, I guess this went to the City Council on appeal, was there anything about minor modifications in the conditions of the previous approvals?
There was not, no.
Okay, I thought we had one, but I guess that would be superseded by the City Council's review, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, you're confirming, and I believe you said that the roof heights would have to, and I guess we'll wait to hear from the applicant, but the City Council ordered the roofs 3 feet lower than what was approved here.
That's right.
Well, we lowered it too. They
lowered an additional 1. That's right. So the conditions of approval that are outlined in resolution attachment B. When it went back to City Council, let me see if I can open up the conditions of approval.
So 1 additional foot.
It was 1 additional foot.
On top
I'm trying
of
to,
2 feet, so 3 feet total is 2 plus 1. Okay.
But it said all the, or didn't specify which ridges.
all ridges. That was condition 30 of attachment B.
Got it, I see it.
So the ADU patio is included in the lot coverage?
Yes.
Are we going to see everything that's included in lot coverage? Because it's hard to tell, and there were questions about that, and I don't know the answer to it.
Everything that's being proposed is included in the lot coverage. The ADU is going to be reviewed ministerially.
We understand that, but we're just trying to know exactly what's included on there so that the neighbors will understand.
Absolutely.
Okay, any further questions for Jeffrey? All right, hearing none, I will give my customary request for any ex parte, disclosure of any ex parte communications or activities.
I made site visits to 2117, 2121, and 2125 with the owners, Palos Drive West, and 2124 via Pacheco. I tried at 2116 via Pacheco and walked the property with the owner. It was in a car accident that day, so she couldn't make our appointment. She emailed me, so I was able to hear from her.
I spoke to the applicant, Mr. Egan, and then walked the alley that separates, Mr. Egan's property with the Lopez's.
Yeah, I visited, the subject property and, did have a chance to walk back in the driveway and just kind of view that area again. But did not speak to anyone.
I did the same. I visited the property, but didn't speak to anyone.
I did the same. I toured the property and walked the alley.
Okay, then we're ready for the public hearing. Keith?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Keith Johnson with Pritzcat & Johnson Architects. Thank you for taking the time to review this minor modification. Unfortunately, my client Robert had to be out of town for work, otherwise he'd also be here tonight. Included in the application request are minor hardscape changes, one ridge adjustment from the condition of approval, and a clarification of a condition of approval regarding vegetation. I am here to answer any questions you have regarding the project and the proposed changes. The good news is the changes are not impactful to the neighbors and help to enhance the neighborhood. And with your approval tonight, the original spirit and intent of the prior development approval is not changed. Next slide. After getting approval on the home from the City Council, my client hired a landscape architect to help beautify some of the hardscape design. In the front yard, she designed a softer curved entry path instead of my linear approach. A seat wall off the master bedroom was added so Robert can sit outside and listen to the football games or enjoy a cup of coffee. A wider driveway is provided. This will allow for more street parking for students, which is a benefit for the community. These changes are very minor and help to beautify the neighborhood. Next slide. In the rear yard, the pool size was reduced and relocated. The pool patio hardscape area was reduced and lowered 18 inches from the existing patio. The lower rear patio hardscape was also graded down 20 inches from the existing patio. Curb retaining walls and planters were added to help enhance and soften the backyard design. View blocking palm trees are proposed to be removed in this plan, which would greatly improve the neighbor's view. While the hardscape increased 64 square feet, is still an overall reduction from the existing hardscape. Because we have graded down the house and tweaked the hardscape layout, the wall heights have changed but are still within the parameters of what was approved with our miscellaneous application. Because of this, there would be no negative impacts to the neighbors from our original design. Next slide. On appeal from the neighbors, the City Council required the home to be lowered 3 feet from the submitted plans, which was 12 inches more than what the Planning Commission requested. Typically, when the Planning Commission or City Council requests a reduction in height, they do not specify how this needs to be done. The condition of approval states that all ridge lines must be reduced by 3 feet. Because digging the submitted plan into the ground 3 feet would have been cost prohibitive, we did a combination of framing size changes, plate height changes, and roof pitch reductions to lower the upper level ridge lines by the required 3 feet. Because there is not a second story above the garage, I'm not able to squeeze the garage as much as I am on the 2-story portions of the house. With the reduction of the garage plate from 10'1" to 8'6", and with the other changes we made, I was able to reduce the 1-story garage ridge by 2'5" inches. This is only 7 inches shy of the condition of approval. I don't see how the garage ridge could be impactful as it is 4'9" inches below the existing house ridge line. So to be clear, we have complied with the 3-foot reduction to all the ridge lines on the upper level, which I believe is in the intent of the condition based on past projects. So approving this 1-story ridge with a slightly less than 3-foot reduction meets the spirit and condition and intent of the City Council. Since I'm here, one other item I'd like to have clarified is condition 32. It states vegetation should not exceed 115 feet above sea level. The benchmark on the survey was not sea level, so this condition should be revised to read something like not to exceed the elevation of 115 feet using the benchmark from the survey submitted. For reference, the eve line on the upper level is about at the 115-foot elevation. I'd be happy to take any questions you have at this time.
I have a quick question, Mr. Johnson. If you can go back to the slide that shows the backyard. So I didn't catch if the new revised elevation of what we're calling pool deck, how did that change?
The pool deck is at the same height that was at the approved height still. The ADU patio is at the existing height that's out there now.
Okay, so no change in the elevation of the pool deck from before?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'm just trying to understand, and that's why I reached out to Mr. Egan to try to understand what's sort of behind all this, what's causing, this minor modification to come before us.
pretty much any little change needs to come in front of you guys, and he wanted to do an ADU, and so sort of the process is to do this first and then submit for the ADU. In addition to the landscape architect make some changes to the front yard hardscape.
Right, so changing the size of the pool and the orientation allows you to open up more space on the pool deck for a future ADU, which we're not reviewing today. And then during that process, you hired the landscape architect to clean up some of the.
Correct, just to give their input, because we'll need one for appeal modification plan, and getting them involved early on in the planning commission process is sometimes laborsome to get them to revise things in the required turnaround time. So usually, unfortunately, I pretty much assume a minor modification for any big neighborhood compatibility plan because there's so many inputs from other consultants that end up getting thrown into the mix. And these are all generally minor in nature, and we kind of tell them, hey, this is the heights that were approved. Don't change our heights, but make it look however you want to. Thank you.
Be patient now, I'm looking. All right. So I'm looking at sheet A5C, and I'm looking at the rear wall elevation. And I see that the ADU patio is at the existing grade, correct?
There's an existing pool deck at that 106.
Yeah, and then it looks like there's some steps or something.
There's steps down. If you're looking beyond that patio, that's a low wall there that becomes like the
Well, it looks
planter.
like to the right on this rear wall elevation, looks like there's steps up to another level, or is that a wall or something?
Those are the steps up to the ADU pad.
Okay, so that's at even a higher level.
The pool pad is 18 inches below the existing. The ADU pad is at the existing level.
So
Okay, but there's steps up to a higher level.
Well, the 8 steps that you see sort of in the middle, that's from the lowest, like the rear yard patio. There's sort of 3 levels in the backyard. We have a
Okay.
lower patio level that's at,
That's
20 inches below the existing grade, so you grade it down. Then there's about, looks like 8 or 9 steps that go up to the pool patio, and then 3 steps up to the ADU patio.
to the higher level. How much higher than the ADU patio is that? I mean, you've got, unless I'm reading these plans correctly, I see pool patio, rear patio, ADU patio, but I see behind the ADU patio on the right side, looks like 3 steps up.
That gets up to the existing grade, yes.
That goes up to the existing grade.
Yeah.
So it's that higher level is not any higher than the current existing grade.
Correct. You can see there's a red line that says 107 on the corner, on the block, on A1A. That's the existing contour.
Okay.
So, but what was approved by the, city council, that whole area was at 104.5, right?
106. I'm sorry, no, you're right, 104, 104.5.
So you're proposing from what was before approved, raising the ADU patio 1.5 feet higher.
Correct.
Is there a reason why that needs to be?
Because in the ADU will look really tall. The ADU, so the ADU is measured from natural or existing, right? So if we're dropping that 18 inches, it's gonna look 18 inches taller if we make it at 104.5.
You're lowering the pad of the ADU.
If we say the ADU's at, the floor level's at 106, if we drop it to the 104.5, we make the plate heights 18 inches taller, basically.
So the natural grade where your future ADU is, it starts off at 104.75. So your measurements off of
It's 103.
103, so your measurements off of that 103.75, right?
Yeah.
But you're stepping it up to 106 at the floor.
Mhm.
How tall do you think the ADU will be when it's ultimately proposed?
The height allowed.
Since it's not being reviewed tonight, we don't really have the.
But it has to be the same style roof, so it will have to be a gable roof.
I don't think that's true, but it will be.
I thought that,
It's,
Not for state exempt ADUs.
okay.
We can't ask for design.
So I understand the pool has been reduced in size and relocated. And how close is it now to the rear property line?
the corner, the angle, the alley angles, so it's 5 feet at the closest.
It's about 5 feet. Okay, yep, I see it now.
And the pool today, the old pool that's being demoed, that is at approximately 106 right now.
Correct. And it's also 5 to 6 feet away from the property line in the back. It has a bunch of curves in it, so the closest point to the property line is about 6 feet away.
But that's, well, it's hard to tell because the drawing, it has, the old drawing has circles, and then it looks like the pool, so that must be patio area around it. And then the pool is smaller in it, but that's more
Correct.
centered in the middle of the yard, right?
Yes.
Okay, other questions for Steve? At this point. Okay, well, that's, we'll conclude that portion, and we will, I have 3 speaker cards. We'll begin with Rachel Kang, followed by George Johnson, and Jocelyn Lopez will be third.
My name is Rachel Kang. I reside at 1 Hollisburg Desire West. On May 10th, 2024, Mr. Robert requested a meeting with me. I brought along my neighbor, Mr. Johnson, who had supported me during the October meeting. However, Robert insisted on having a one-on-one meeting with me and left when Mr. Johnson was present. Later that same day, I was permitted to visit Robert's house alone, where he presented a new idea. He explained that his swimming pool had many issues and that he planned to reduce its size and build a guest house next to it, which he referred to as an ADU. At the time, I had no understanding of what an ADU was and could only listen to his explanation. Robert emphasized that the ADU does not require special permission or neighbor's compatibility and could be built as he wished. He mentioned that the height of the ADU would be approximately 7 meters higher than his existing wall fencing the alley. However, he added that if I agree to allow the height of his main house building to remain as originally planned without consulting with other neighbors, he could dig into the swimming pool area to lower the heights of the ADU. When I suggested that everyone would be happy if you simply excavated the pool area to the lower the ADU heights, he replied that it would be expensive to do it. I understood this to mean that he would not proceed with lowering the heights unless I made an agreement with him. He tried to negotiate with me personally, even though there were already established regulation regarding the permitted building heights. Between his house and mine, there is his swimming pool, the alley, and my swimming pool. However, the fact that he intends to build a house even higher than his main building directly in front of my pool would not only exceed the height limited of 119.47 feet permitted by the city for his property, but also place the building very close to my house. This would completely block my view, and even from the plot plan, it is clear that the building exceeds half of his house, obstructing even more of my view from right in front of me. During the 3 meetings, we were unaware of this plan, and he did not mention it. He hid it. If he had come to the first meeting with the current plot plan, which included the ADU, I believe it's possible that all of us, all our neighbors, could have reached a better outcome in just 2 meetings. I can't help but feel that we were misled from the beginning. Thank you so much for listening.
Hi, George Johnson. I'm at 2117 PV Drive West. I'm a upper diagonal neighbor to Robert Egan. I'm pretty confused and frustrated, quite frankly, with this project. I'm not an expert like Keith, no relation, but to me, this isn't even the same project that was presented over a year ago to this commission. I didn't realize that it's acceptable to initially not disclose every aspect of a project to the planning commission and surrounding neighbors, especially if it helps to avoid neighborhood compatibility objections. This is the first time that we're all seeing that this project includes a massive additional building, which of course is located at the highest point of the lot for maximum view obstruction. Also, the pool and decks have been rearranged and are encroaching into the setbacks. I have to ask, why are you just learning about these changes now? Shouldn't any and all new structures and modifications, including ADUs, be presented at the very beginning of the planning commission process? Wouldn't that have been more fair and reasonable for all of us that are going to be permanently impacted by this project? Commissioner Wade commented at a previous meeting for his concern for Mrs. Everhart about the looming encroaching over her house that Mr. Egan's 2-story house would have. Well, has that improved with this current version? I don't think so. In fact, it's doubling down on the looming over her house. Now with these 2 massive structures, Mrs. Everhart may now never see the sunshine again in her house. I also didn't realize that an applicant before this commission could step outside the rulings and findings of this commission to negotiate private deals in their favor. This is what Mr. Egan attempted to do when he met with Mrs. Kang, as she described, in private to try and persuade her to sign off on increasing an already negotiated ridgeline height, with the trade-off being that he might possibly lower the ridgeline of his new ADU. Is this even ethical? Do other candidates work out under the table deals in spite of what the commission rules on? In this case, I'm not sure the other impacted neighbors would have had some say in this matter. At this point, I don't think that Mr. Egan and Mr. Johnson have much remaining credibility, at least for me. They've lost credibility. Therefore, I'm very much opposed to any additional changes to this project that were not previously revealed and presented to the prior planning commission meetings last year and what we had approved in the city council meeting in February. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for taking the time to hear us. I'm Jocelyn Lopez, along with my husband, Rick Lopez, and we live behind at 2125 Palos Verdes Drive West. We have actually spent a good deal of time and money talking about
Could you
this
speak a little bit louder, please?
project.
Thank
Yes, sir. And this could have been done differently, much differently. From the inception of this plan, there has been one deceitful thing after the next. From architect Keith Johnson being invited to our backyards and sitting with us on the King's patio with all of the neighbors discussing this project, only to have him lie about it later, saying we wouldn't meet with him and that we were uncooperative and we wouldn't invite him to our houses when he actually sat in the backyard with us. To the misrepresentation of the Olmsted plan at the city council meeting, arguing in favor of Robert Egan and his right to build higher, to preserve the green space on his lot, And that's why he couldn't spread his house out using the majority of his lot, but rather build upwards. Only really to find out later that the real reason he needed to build upwards to block our view is actually to put in more concrete with a future ADU, and more concrete with a patio, and more concrete with a pool that infringes on the setbacks. And probably the ugliest thing is Robert Egan inviting Rachel Kang to a secret meeting, which she recorded, that he tried to trick her into a side deal, where if she agreed to more height for his house, he would build the ADU lower. And he said that the deal would be off if she shared it with any of the neighbors. So that's gross. That's just gross. And this is sad. It's sad that this started with deceit, and it's continually gross that the manipulation continues. Again, this could have been different if the outcome, if Robert Egan and Keith Johnson weren't just thinking of themselves and being deceitful and selfish. This is our neighborhood. We're a tight-knit neighborhood where we paid to have our unique views, not blocked, but preserved by the city guidelines and neighborhood compatibility. We've wasted a lot of time with this, only to end up here again with this modification. What we're looking for is simple. We're asking you, Planning Commission, to please review the request in our emails and our letter to you, to enforce that Robert Egan adhere to the rules of neighborhood compatibility, to the rules regarding setbacks and eaves, and to the rules regarding noise and safety. This project and its modifications are certainly not with the spirit and intent of the neighborhood. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, Keith.
I understand that ADUs can be contentious, but really we're just here for a couple minor hardscape changes and a ridge adjustment. I can't speak to anything that Robert may have said or done. I'm just here to talk about the hardscape changes and the ridge change and the clarification on the height of, from sea level. So it seems like it's pretty sure. I didn't hear any objections from the neighbors for any of those things, just that they didn't seem like it was, very fair to them somehow, and that's fine, but that's really, I'm always willing to work with the neighbors. I emailed everybody on October 2nd telling that we were submitting a minor mod. This is the first time tonight that I've heard any objections to anything. So I don't really understand what the objections are, except that it's about an ADU that isn't even proposed tonight.
That's not what we're talking about. Okay, questions for Keith? So just to confirm again, help me understand the previous pool patio was at an elevation of 104.5, which I guess in the previously approved project, that spanned the whole rear yard, including the area where the natural grade is 106.
Correct.
So help me understand what's the purpose of raising the corner?
It's keeping the existing grade back there.
We know that the neighbors behind are concerned about view impacts, concerned about privacy, things like that. You raise it.
It's at the existing, it's just the existing level.
I'm sorry?
The existing level is 106.
But the original approved level was 104.5 in that area.
Okay.
So again, I mean, I know it's the existing grade, but why change it?
We are keeping the existing grades. We're not changing it actually.
Right, I get that.
Yeah.
But the originally approved level was 104.5 in that area. You were going to lower it, right?
Yes. We don't need to lower it anymore because we're not putting the concrete over on that side anymore.
Okay. All right, any further questions for Keith?
Where's the additional 64 square feet?
So there is The driveway got wider and the front, master patio got bigger, so that's additional square feet there. But we reduced some of the lower rear patio, got reduced by, I think, 155 square feet. So just the net effect of the reductions and additions, was 64, but like I said, most of the additional square footage was at the driveway and front master patio.
So the concrete pad that you write future ADU location is included in these numbers?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, can you help me understand, I'm just looking at the layout pages, this is the plans. Zoomed in too far here. A.1A. I'm trying to figure out where the rear setback line is on here. Missing white, is it?
It's in light blue, it's 15 feet.
Oh, right, blue, okay. Yeah. Gotcha, okay. All right, well, that makes sense now, why? It's fine.
No, I don't think that's it.
That would be.
Plan show.
Oh,
there it is, right here.
Yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah, okay.
So it kind of cuts the pool.
Yeah, it's about,
Two-thirds mark.
I'd say 40, 60. So the proposed new pool is closer to the rear property line, is it not?
It's a little closer from what the existing pool is by about a foot. There's also a 10-foot alley, I believe it's 10 feet there, that creates a buffer from the neighbors, and the 2 of the 3 neighbors behind us have pools in the rear yard setback as well.
Because the original pool had quite a wide area of patio behind it, and I think it was a water feature against the rear wall, and then there was a space to the property line. So it looks like it was set further in, substantially further in than what is currently.
8 feet from the corner.
Sure, that's all right. Okay, other questions for Keith? All right, hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and begin our conversation.
So this is sort of, maybe a first time that we've seen what appears to be a punitive ADU proposed. But on the other hand, I do appreciate the honesty that it's actually on the plans. And, you know, in theory, it doesn't have to be. So, you know, it's a bit of a tricky situation. I mean, I actually think the solution here is relatively simple if the applicant will accept it. And I think the solution here is that we approve the request for the minor modifications with the additional condition that the rear yard, including the pool and everything behind the kind of last retaining wall essentially, where the steps are, be limited to 104 feet. And if we do that, then the top of the ADU, assuming they go basically to the maximum that they're allowed, would be back to the ridge height of the house as approved by the planning commission.
How does that work? How do we measure for?
Well, that would be one
I just
120.
want staff to tell us how they measure it, so we know where the measurement's coming from.
So theoretically, they could do a 2-story. Yeah, right.
No, you can't do a 2-story ADU, but it's 16 feet. So they could do 16 feet, and if it starts at 10, did I say 104?
Or you said.
Then you get to 120. And 120 is basically where the ridge height of the house was before the city council dropped it 1 foot. And I think that that's probably the best that we can do. It moves the project forward. It rewards some level of honesty
It also
of what's being proposed,
It also
but
keeps
it,
it great, what it was originally.
but it also
Well-
keeps the grade at what it was approved at.
You said 104.
I mean, it's within half, but I think
I
that's.
think we need
that's
to
what I
know
propose.
how they measure though, because we can say all these things, but we don't have a right, as far as I know it, to change the rules of the ADU, what they can have.
No, but we can predicate the approval of these minor modifications on a level for the cement work that's being proposed and everything in that back area.
But what, you can do the cement work, I agree, but they still
It
get to
seems to
build
me
the house,
we shouldn't be sitting here talking about the ADU.
right? I mean, I think, first, I think we should talk about, like in this letter, the different issues that the people have and trying to adjust them, because I mean, the city attorney should weigh in on this, but as far as I understand, whatever the state code is,
Well, we can't prevent an ADU,
I'm not
but
sure.
we can't, there's no rule that says we can't talk about ADUs, as far as I
Right,
understand.
no, well,
Yeah.
but is there a rule that we condition the ADU that it can't be?
I'm not saying that we condition the ADU, I'm saying that we,
It's a project
I'm,
that they can't have.
listen carefully to what I'm saying. I'm saying that we take the entire, the retaining wall, the whole back quarter or whatever that is of the proposal, which is currently at 106, and we set it at 104. Now, could they possibly put the ADU on stilts? Maybe, I don't know. You know, but if the whole backyard is at 104, then if the ADU adds 16 feet to that,
Well,
then it'll be at 120.
my concern is this, first of all,
And I don't think there's much else that we can really do other than just denying these minor mods, and then I don't know where we go from there.
Here's
Well,
the
I
thing,
think
it
there are
depends
some-
how it's measured, number one. Because I think what I heard staff say, it's measured from existing or natural grade, whatever is lower. So it doesn't matter whatever the new pad is, because we're not measuring it off. The applicant doesn't have to measure off that. And that's what I'm trying to say, that I don't know, the city attorney can weigh in on this, but I don't think we can, if that's how we measure, I don't see what lowering.
I'm just trying to be, no, I understand what you're saying, Janine, and I think the point you're trying to make is if they really, really want to get it back to 106, I think there's probably ways they can do it. I'm just saying if the whole hardscape back there is at 104, it encourages them to start from there and hopefully be reasonable.
Don't we have leverage from the standpoint that there is already approval at a lower rate, a lower
yes,
level?
that's where I would like to jump in here again. Again, I don't think we should be even referencing the ADU in this conversation. I think what we're seeing here is we have, and the city council has approved this as well, the pool patio was 104.5 for the entire rear area, all the way over to, the Everhart.
Yeah, from side to side, right, yeah.
So, I mean, it was wall to wall at 104.5. And I see no reason why we should allow that area to be raised at all when we have been concerned about activity, privacy, and potential impacts on views. Maybe it's only a few inches, but it's, again, who knows? But I think it just is conducive to exacerbating problems, and I don't see a compelling reason, quite frankly, to change the city council's decision about 104.5. So where I come down is the city council approved 104.5. I see no reason to change that. Now, I do have concerns about moving the pool and the spa, I think technically closer to the rear property line. And I know it's the pool and the spa are made smaller, and I appreciate that because, again, one of our concerns has been activity, noise, privacy, and so forth for the neighbors in the back. I'm concerned that we've got roughly half the pool, or 40% of the pool, in the rear setback. And I don't remember, I mean, we commonly approve pools that encroach somewhat, but 40%, that's pretty high for me, and I don't recall approving a pool with that kind of an encroachment in a setback. Having said that, what I'd like to see is the pool pulled back, perhaps as much as 3 to 5 feet.
I mean, I think
And in addition, I'll say one more thing. I think Keith has requested clarification of that condition 32, which speaks to the lowering of all ridge lines 3 feet. I don't think there's anything that's unclear about that. I mean, it's all ridge lines were lowered 3 feet, all, including the garage. And we know that through our hearing process, and I think it continued at city council, the neighbors behind were concerned about impacts on views. And before our commission, Mrs. Everhart was concerned about the looming nature of the house, the residence, over her side of her house. So I, for one, fully supported lowering the ridge height of the garage when we did it to 2 feet. So I don't see any grounds to lower the ridge height of the garage, only 2.5 feet. City council said 3, and I see no reason to change that.
And I think
I think there's a number of other things on this plan that I don't have any issue. The widening the driveway, the area outside the master bedroom in the front, the planters areas and things like that, the lowering the rear patio, or I don't mean lowering, but reduction of the size of the rear patio, making the trash area smaller. I mean, all of those things are fine. But I think those are the 3 things that I see that are problematic, that I would not grant the minor mod for.
I think I agree with what you're saying. Right. So what I read from the letter is that the neighbors aren't keen on the moving the pool because it moves it closer to the sides of the house. And now, before, when it was approved that the whole thing was concrete, the pool was kind of centered. And so you didn't feel like people are going to be right on the edges of the patio and things, and right against walls, right? You felt like it was more span. Now that everything's pushed, I don't like all that hardscape and everything right over the top of the neighbor to the north, where the lounge chairs are going to be, everything down that setback. I mean, we're supposed to be keeping them free and clear. And I think the neighbors are saying this, that they're worried about noise and their privacy. And you have this deck raised above everyone that's going to be looking down, and you're right on the edge of. So, I mean, there is something that setbacks are supposed to be open and clear. So I have a hard time with the pool there and all the entertaining being pushed right adjacent to the home next door, because when we were at the original meetings, she was very worried about that. They've got the deck that's on the back of the house there, and now they're pushing all this entertaining, every part of entertaining in this house in the rear yard is often pushed against that side. And so that's one of the things. And they're asking not to have the things in the rear setback. They want the garage in here too. And said, I agree with you, but I don't see a reason to raise that future ADU patio. I mean, we're not looking at an ADU, so it's basically we're raising the patio back there. So I think that should stay the same. The foliage has been decided. I understand exactly what the architect's saying, that in the old days you did measure off of the ocean sea. Now they choose some kind of marker in the street or whatever, and they put that as their 100 point.
I think that was just an error, probably.
Right, so that should be fixed. I mean, that's just a fair thing. So, I mean, but I agree with Chair Wade on his points.
I also would point out that in the case of the pool, we've got what appears to be, I have to go back and forth between plans, but we've got on the new proposal, pool smaller, good. But there's a spa area, which is going to be a gathering area, which is 4 by 12, and it's 5 to 5.5 feet or so. from the rear property line. And I think that's another reason why that if pool configuration that they currently are recommending, if that's what they want, I think it needs to be further away from the rear property line. And less intrusive than the rear setback. Again, I'll just say for the original pool patio at 104.5, that's lower than the existing grade in the south quarter there, but lower is better for the neighbors behind. That was the way I see it.
Vice Chair, I just had a follow-up question to that elevation question. 104.5 for the pool deck was approved, but I think Vice Chair Lazara, what you were getting at, I think top of wall, I see 109.5 on the back alley wall.
109.
Right over here.
Oh, right, yes.
A little bit further right here.
Right?
Yep.
So
That's only or go ahead.
that's, I mean, we're talking a 5-foot difference, right?
Yep.
That's, I don't want to mention the future plans for that corner, but if they were to go up 16 feet, that would be well above the top of the wall
Right.
by a lot.
Yeah, well,
So that's what I'm saying is 104
Mm-hmm.
at a minimum, and I hope that, I guess, what my hope would be is that the applicant chooses not to do the maximum height, right?
Mm-hmm.
no, but we're not talking about
No, I
that.
know, we're not talking about that, but, I'll just, let me, I'm jumping into your comment section, so go ahead, Chair Wade.
No,
I just wanted to make sure I understood the top of the wall with the 104.5 as the
Yeah.
full deck, but I have a couple comments on top of what Commissioner Nendick just said. If I may.
Okay, no, I think.
So I think there's a lot going on there on the north side with where the 3 pool lounge chairs are. I think you're right. We need to keep that pulled in. And I had realized that blue dotted line does cut the pool at the 60% mark. I mean, that's a lot of pool in the setback. I don't think I can get behind that. And I think to your comments, Chair Wade, maybe the spa gets flipped to be closer to the house. Flip it, but the pool's gonna have to go smaller, or
Well, I don't
I
know.
don't think there's much room left to make it.
That's up to the applicant to decide that, but I think taking the spa out that far, taking it out of the setback would be good. Because that's a congregating area. So. Any other thoughts?
Personally, I don't have a problem with the garage roof at 2.5 or 2 feet 5 inches. I don't think it impacts the neighbors behind because it's in front of the property, and I don't think it impacts them at all. It could have a slight impact on the neighbor to the right from a massing standpoint, but half a foot, I don't think it's significant enough to. So personally, I don't have a problem with lowering the ridge line or allowing the ridge line to be lowered 2.5 feet over the garage. The pool is an issue for me, and I think that I'd like to see the pool being maybe 3 feet or 4 feet further away from the back property line that is drawn. And I think that the solution to the back of the property is we either adopt the grade level that's currently approved, or even suggest it go lower.
My sense is, I worry about the concrete going all the way out to the property line now that this area's become much smaller. So I really think you have to at least pull it in some so you can have a 3.5 foot planter to put some vegetation.
Along
Because,
that, where
yeah,
those chairs are.
right now it's just pushing all the way there.
Right.
I think we're not really supposed to be making setbacks congregation areas, and that is that whole setback is pure congregation area.
Yeah.
There actually is no reason that whole area can't be moved forward towards the street. I mean, you'd have to.
They can do different things, but I mean.
Yeah,
That's the thing.
there's no structure preventing you from moving in that direction.
And the only thing another reason why I agree with Chair Wade about the garage is because when we were here before, that was the neighbor next door, big concern. And when I was out there and I spoke with her son, they still have that concern. So the city council said X. I'm trying to figure out a reason to go against them when they still have the same concerns.
So it sounds like we have a little bit of a split maybe on the ridge, but maybe keep the garage ridge where city council had it. Allow most of the other requested modifications, require that the pool be at least a few feet further from the
I'm
setback.
gonna toss a number out and you guys can net it around. I think looking at where it is and the fact that it is closer, I pull it 5 feet away, 5 feet further out of the
So
setback.
11 feet, I think it's 6 now.
Well, it's,
But it's still in the setback, so
yeah,
he's
I
saying
mean,
pull it
I'm
5 foot
saying shift
further
it.
out.
Well, if you're looking at it,
So instead of 19 feet, it becomes like
well, I'm not trying to make it smaller.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's
it
just
just needs to shift.
I'm just saying
He's
that the
just-
placement of it shouldn't be any.
But I
closer.
also think the placement should not go into the side setback either.
Mhm.
So I think it needs to stay on the side, well, because they're gonna move it around, so let's just be
Is
clear.
it
what
in
we're
a
saying.
sense?
No, it's not.
Okay.
But
But
I'm just saying,
it shouldn't then go there.
Well, you've got the chairs there, so I'm not thinking about that right now. Anyway.
right, but,
Yeah, I would pull it, I'm sorry, I don't think the old.
but I think moving it 5 feet further out of the setback,
Mhm.
The back step.
I don't wanna sit and get exact numbers besides
Right.
that, because this, the pool is this way and the yard goes this way
Right.
at an angle. So I think if we say that it has to be pulled 5 feet further
Mhm.
out of the rear setback
Right.
towards the west. And it cannot encroach into the side
That's
setback,
Mhm.
it's a fair thing to say.
Okay, so I think if you guys are,
And if they want to make it longer in the other, longer into, toward the front of the property, they can.
Yeah,
Basically.
that's their business, that's not ours.
Mhm. Or if they want to make it wider
If they want to make it wider towards their
to the
phantom,
dark space, yeah.
they can do that as well, but.
okay, now somebody had, Janine, you had a comment about the pool deck stretching all the way to the
I think that.
property line.
Right, I think that concrete deck should have to be pulled in 3.5 feet to put a planter walk
Mhm.
and have vegetation. And the vegetation should
You're
be,
saying on kind of the north side there?
yeah, and the
Just for
vegetation
everybody's
should be
privacy.
How
maintained
how
at the
about
height
on the
of the
south
walls.
side?
And that way you have some sound barrier
Mhm.
and we're not saying put more higher vegetation. The vegetation should be maintained at the height
Yeah,
of the walls.
okay. I agree with
Okay,
that.
so you're pulling it in on the north side, you're pulling it in on the south side as well, 4 feet? Did I hear?
The south side.
She didn't talk about
The south side is
On the alley?
the phantom.
No, south side on the
That's
Everhard.
towards Everhard.
Everhard side.
Yeah. So the only thing I was talking about is in the rear yard, adjacent to the property at 2116 via Pacheco,
Right?
that, which is the north, that the concrete proposed patio is pulled 3.5 feet in from where it's now, and a planter box with vegetation to be maintained at the height of the wall.
Does the planter get moved into, or does that matter? Probably doesn't, eh?
No planter now.
There's no planner there now.
That's an old one, those plants you're seeing.
No, she's talking about
Oh,
right there.
okay. I was thought you were talking about this planter box.
And then Chair Wade said the pool gets pulled 5 feet
To the west.
out of
This rear
the rear
setback.
setback. So it's to be no deeper.
And then are we pulling in the patio? Well,
And all rear elevations on
well,
patios are to
right
be
now, there's
maintained.
nothing shown.
Well, the higher patio elevations to be maintained what the city council approved, at the elevation the city council approved.
Right, okay.
Was the whole thing at 104? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing was at 104.5.
Yeah. How should we describe that? Should we just say everything past the
The stairs.
the stair, the final retaining wall? Or just reference what was already approved? Okay, I think we can just reference what's already approved. Yeah. Per the approval of the city council, as drawn for that approval. Yeah.
Okay. Janine, do you want to make the motion?
Hold on, did we cover everything in the Lopez letter? That's what I just want to make sure.
Don't know.
No trucks in the alley for during
Well,
construction.
that's
not one you can see.
not part of this, really. That's part of the third act to do with the city. I
One
think the
thing
city requirements.
in the email from the person at 2116 that I, when she responded why she wasn't there, she said, one thing that's important, and I don't know if we can condition this, is that they would make certain that the fence has a dirt guard or
I
screen.
think that's probably
Is that
under the
traditional?
public works.
Okay, well, that's all we want to know.
There's one other thing. I see some tree removals here. Do we want, are those,
They have to go to
they have to go to,
EHA because that's.
yeah, right? Is that, yeah, okay. Just to be clear that we're not approving the tree removals. That's a different process.
Yeah, there's two palms back there. I don't know whether that helps or hurts to have them removed. Might improve the use, don't know. But
Regarding the other requests, for the, garage ridge, did you all come to a consensus about that?
I think it's down 3, we're not changing it. That's my sense.
So what's the impact? I'm curious, I'm not against what you just said, I'm just curious, like, yeah, I think the applicant said that creates, I think, plate height issues for the garage. It's probably still within code, it's just not ideal.
Yeah.
You're only talking about 6 inches, 8 inches.
And garages can be pretty short. If you look at the doors, look at the doors on drawing. It's way above the doors. So I think it's fine. I mean, but there's a lot of garages that are only a
And
few
there's a
feet
lot of
taller
ways
than
that can be
doors.
dealt with.
Yeah,
To lower it.
there's a lot that can be there.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Doesn't have to be a plate reduction. Okay, do we have the makings of a motion? I think so.
Complicated one, yeah.
Okay, so
Let's write down what we've got.
let me write it.
Okay, you want to write it?
See.
All right, we have maintaining the 3-foot reduction of the ridge line.
So I said, ridge height must be as required by the city council resident.
That's right. 3-foot lower. Okay, then the other,
Area adjacent to the south property line
and that's in the area of
in
the,
the rear,
not the lower patio.
the rear upper patio.
Yep.
Patio.
What do you have for that?
Must have a 3.5 foot planter box with vegetation.
That's along the area I'm looking at.
And you change
Oh, you're looking at the top. Gotcha.
that
All right.
walk adjacent
The pool deck, you have to have a,
lot height.
you have to have a, how far, when you're spreading, go the whole width of the house.
No, I said the upper patio.
Upper level,
Yeah,
yeah.
It's still on upper level.
yes, it still is. Okay, the lower level patio is at 98.30. So the upper level.
Okay, and then we will maintain the upper level pool patio at the previously approved level of 104.5.
And I would say we'll maintain all hardscape and, so there's one other thing here. Right now, the current plan has like, a couple different levels, right, with these stairs. I think what we're trying to say is that the entire upper patio level and all hardscape on it will be at 104.5.
Like entire
Yeah.
patio or double level.
Yeah, not patio area,
Just
that
level.
must be the area where the pool is.
Right, so it's the entire upper level, as shown on the
As approved by the
city council. Yeah.
So anything to be done on the upper patio level along the south property line?
No,
No?
no,
East.
east, I think that.
Pool to be
Pulled
pulled
5 feet to the west,
out
out of
of
the,
rear
yeah.
setback by an additional 5 feet per plans.
Right.
So when is the pool out of the back? Okay. I think we should put in no changes to the existing approved plans unless it comes to the neighborhood compatibility.
Existing approved plans, but there's all.
You mean no further minor modifications, yeah.
Would you like to
Back
say?
up again, no minor modifications to what?
No,
To
to the
the,
plans.
Like from this,
From
like,
this
to
point on.
like to re-clarify,
Yes,
there's
to
no
re-clarify
further.
what we're saying, because now we've made changes.
Right, we could have another minor, yeah.
so the other minor modifications proposed that we're not changing
To the plans.
are approved.
I think the other stuff they proposed are approved, yes, like the front patio and so forth.
And condition 32 is also approved. Change the language.
For all
We didn't
future,
change it, we just ratified it.
for all future minor modifications, if there are any, I would suggest that they require planning commission.
Well, that's what,
That's what we're trying to
when we
say.
say no,
That's
no
what we're
mod.
Yeah, we have
Somehow it's
we're
certain-
in future, just in case there are changes
Yeah.
that are
Yeah,
unavoidable.
We're getting a little temperature.
Okay,
Okay.
so you have all that?
Okay, so it's the pool pulled out, it's any minor mods
Require planning commission.
require planning commission approval. Upper level to be maintained at 104.5 elevation,
As previously approved.
entire as approved by CC, City Council. Ridge height must be as required by the City Council. Area adjacent to the south property line in the rear upper level must have a 3.5 foot wide planted box with vegetation along the property line and maintain,
You're saying south or north?
it's the north. It is
Okay.
south. Sorry.
I think you captured it.
And be maintained at the height of the adjacent wall. Is that everything?
Yeah.
Kristen, do you think that's everything? Okay.
That's 7.5.
All right. So move.
So moved.
All right, I second. Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Right.
That was torturous.
Yeah, it's complicated, a lot of little changes.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
All right. Don't think there's anything else that we need, any hidden things that we need to address, do we? Our December 17th planning commission meeting is canceled. So we are adjourned to a special meeting on Wednesday, December 4th at 6 p.m. This meeting is concluded.
Thank you. Good to be back. Eric.
It's good to have you back.
You gotta be there on the 4th. I'm planning on it, man. Well, I guess, you know, the fun.
I missed the fun.
Yeah.
I can go out. Let's see. This one.
stuff, I don't have.
Yes.
I still wanted to get a picture with you guys.
A picture, we ought to get some.
And I even brought a real camera to do it. Why not?
Yeah, we could get.
I guess you could.
Alright.
Yeah.
We'll have the lawyer do it.
Do we sit down and let's do it?
You can take a few. I don't know.
Take a couple. I'll
Take a casual.
Everyone's.
Yeah.
A lot of lawsuits, he's filed, so I was just worried. Yeah. it's kind of
I would just be careful, because we've had issues that there was some mechanical equipment.
He's taking a picture?
Yeah,
Generator
right.
they wanted to do, and then also some interior work that building had some issues with them.
Waiting for a chance to.
I don't know where it ever should.
Yeah, the evidence of free market.
Spidey sense there.
Yeah, well, that's.
Yeah, it's real nice.
Yeah.
Just like-
It's way more complicated. It's changing.
Okay.
Yours
You can't send that.
So, it's been a lesson.
He wants to take one with the savings.
It's not you, but I'm a contract with you. So how am I gonna get enough money if I go out?
You should be able to-
Why is it whole state surveyor?
Yeah.
I'm taking a practice shot right now.
Hands folded in front of you.
What's your issue?
Okay, one,
Yeah, you sound like you know.
one, two. One, two.
Alright. Should we do one standing? Standing in front or, yeah?
Sure.
Alright.
Memories.
You should be going out there.
These are our official photos now. Very good.
Make sure he says a copy.
Yeah.
Where we go here?
Yeah, I guess. We'll
Yeah, Jeffrey, get in there, everyone, right?
Oh,
Let's get everyone. Well,
Cheryl's gone, so I'll
Cheryl,
just wait.
your last time as a free man.
Yeah, I
before the
know,
baby comes.
I know.
Oh, you gotta be up there.
You're gonna do one of those.
Yeah, okay, alright.
All right. You can see.
One, two.
I look taller than you guys. For once.
Okay, sounds good. Alright, thank you. Yeah, thanks, guys. Alright.
Nice camera, man.
It is, yes.
I was like, I was really trying to.
Oh, this one's a good one.
We're still live, on here.
I think it's.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Oh, here.
Alright, I'll send it to everyone.
That's true.
You're going to the